and welcome to Aussie Overlaw'd.
On this channel, we look at legal cases and concepts, world domination, news,
And just generally shoot the breeze.
we don't give any legal advice.
But we can answer questions and hopefully point you in the right direction.
We do not shy away from the topics. So if necessary, put on your big kid pants, have a cup of concrete and pull up a chair. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to reach out to us on Facebook, Twitter or via email, and all complaints can be directed to our complaints department. Make sure you smash the like and subscribe buttons, and now let's get into it. G'day guys. Sorry, I keep turning my head because I've got the screen with my face on it over there, so it's a little bit disconcerting. I'm going to move that over there. Right, so how are we doing? Vices and Chandler are both going to be over here in a second to run through exactly what the hell happened this morning, but oh my god. It's so much better being over here. We've got control over the chat so I can bring them up. Rabbit, thank you very much for putting the links up. I'll need to sort that out and pin that myself. Yes, and please remember to switch from top chat to live chat. What am I doing here? No clue, Jason. I'm guessing that a notification would have went out at some point, so there's that. T from last is guilty. Corn Pope, hello. Just Dawn, good to see you. How the hell is everyone doing? It's crappy weather here in Wisconsin. I can understand that. No, I've given up on the taxes at this point. I saw this before. Familiar with Florida Sheriff Grady Judd? Is that someone that I should be familiar with, Stingy? Is that someone that I should be looking into? Asked Judd about having to arrest his own cops. He won't answer those questions. Yes, actually, I did see. I do have a couple of videos that we're going to have a look at. There were some of which that I was watching yesterday. There's a great one by Sled burying evidence. Sorry, about Sled burying evidence. My brain is still not fully awake, so you'll have to forgive me, people. I can see people filtering in. Did I accept to be raided? Yeah, I've got full raid privileges on specifically for Vices, but for everyone else has the... I basically allow anyone to raid in if they want to. Just double check that that's still the case. Update defaults, community... Yeah, all channels can redirect to my content. I got no issues with that. Okay. Got 123 coming in. Lovely. As someone who has had several large head wounds, I can confirm that the room is exactly what it would look like. Interesting. Okay. Joe Strickland. Hello. What up? What up to you too? Forgot you were modded. Well, there you go. Howdy from Texas too. Howdy to you too. Purdue, please smash the like button. That'd be very much appreciated if you could. The audit did a video on the reporter in Ohio getting arrested. Oh, did he? Okay. Did they? Sorry, I should say. Sled corrupt. I'm astonished. I know, right? Okay, so we've got people raiding in. I got no idea exactly how much that's going to cover over everybody. But what I'm going to do is pull up my history. No, I don't want my channel, I want my history. So I can pull up that video. We'll have a quick look over that. But there is various other things that I want to have a look at. Now, if I go... Oh, I believe that is the man himself. G'day, Vices.
Are you ready for the recap of the non-photograph section of the trial?
Oh, the non-photograph section. Okay, yes, by all means, please.
Let me break open the oldie notepad here. This is like I said, we just got to slog through this part of the trial and we'll be okay. That's all. It just takes a while.
We just got to get through it. Oh, fabulous. People actually got dumped in. Lovely.
Yay.
Jeff didn't boomer. It's a miracle. You be nice, Kaiser.
When you set everything up, once you hit that end broadcast, it is completely out of your hands. Some people get sent over, some people don't. Sometimes nobody does.
Nicholas, you don't necessarily have to, but I think you can if you want to. But Vices does seem to be about to give us a rundown. So
Dear God, please, Nicholas, do not watch the last 3 hours.
Aussie
Just
filling your screen.
don't do it.
Meh. Thank you for the super chat. Right. So you have my full and undivided attention.
Okay. Wait. I don't want your full undivided attention yet. Just like maybe 30 seconds from now.
Okay, fair enough. So
Getting
yeah, so
things
guys,
organized.
once Vices has given us the full rundown, I've got an 11-minute video of Sled being fined for basically seizure and destruction of like a guy's $1 million hemp crop that they lied to 2 different judges to be able to do. So that's going to be interesting.
All right. So we've got 686 people watching here, and some of them, I doubt many of them were here at the beginning of the day. So we'll give you the rundown of the fun and exciting stuff that you missed. Well, I mean, the entire day has been Jay Leno, Steve Martin hybrid questioning Sloth from the Goonies.
Mm-hmm.
That's been the whole day. Now he testified for about 10 minutes before Judge Schroeder realized he hadn't sworn him in yet.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, so they had to go back and swear him in, and then have him swear that everything he just said up to that point was true and correct to the best of his knowledge. So yeah, just a small little oversight.
Just a small one. Okay.
Judge Schroeder remembered him being previously sworn in, but it was at a different hearing. So and when he realized that, he's like, "Oh, I guess we better swear him in this hearing." And that's it.
Huh.
But the one thing is that they were talking about the blood on the outside because nobody likes you, Flux. That's why. Just kidding.
Oh,
Love you, Flux. So their theory now, and because there was something that we didn't know about until right when they showed it, there was blood on the outside of the apartment door, and they spent a good 30 minutes, Chandler, 40 minutes, trying to just get him to say the door was open when the murder took place.
Right, which is kind of odd. I was thinking, why would you murder somebody with the door open?
And how few fucks would the neighbors have to give to have someone beat to death in the apartment and not even go, say
right.
What?
I mean, there wasn't an established time of death, so to speak. We don't know exactly. I mean, I don't know how much they were able to narrow their timeline in terms of when this guy was supposed to have been, killed or bludgeoned. But to keep a door open when you're hitting somebody, I mean, that seems very strange to me. I have a hard time understanding why there'd be blood on the outside of the door, why the door would be open. You'd close the door if you wanted to kill somebody inside the apartment, right? Is it just me?
If you're smart.
I would expect so, yeah.
It's kind of common sense.
So what sort of shape, or like in terms of the blood that was on the outside, was it a smear? Was it like splatter?
Just spatters.
Damn, okay.
No, it wasn't even running. It was just like spots of blood. It wasn't running.
Okay, so like someone was flinging their hands and maybe blood splattered, or maybe like something's punctured and there's blood that's just sprayed out, or...
Yeah, but it was also on the inside of the door jamb and the door frame.
So the door was definitely open. I'm just thinking, is that someone's been injured, and is that potentially evidence that they have left the scene while still injured and alive?
Well, hopefully there'll be a blood person to come and testify that it was the victim's blood.
I was very curious to see if there was blood in the hallway or anything like that. I don't think that they testified that there was any blood in the hallway outside of the door. Just blood on the door jamb, and then on the wall kind of next to the door.
But again, the door's open when they kill this guy. So how does that prove it's this guy that did it? It doesn't. There's still been no evidence, even remote evidence, other than what they were talking about Friday with that little tiny micro speck of DNA that came from a single source male that may have been him.
Yes, so that's what I said while I was in chat. That woman yesterday actually got up there and said, "I can say with a degree of certainty that it is the victim's blood." That's some doublespeak. Yeah. 0 is still a degree. Okay, it's like when people say, "Oh, I've won a number of like high-profile murder trials." One is still a number.
That's true.
Okay. Um. Okay. That just.
But that's kind of it. That's really what we got going. That was kind of it. And then it's just been 1 through whatever number we're on now. Like we're in the 200s now, aren't we? Something like that.
So foundational questions about the different blood splatter and all that sort of stuff.
Well,
And
no, because
someone
the
in
guy's
chat
not an
mentioned it.
expert. The guy
Sorry?
said he's not an expert. His job was to photograph the crime scene. So
He's
he's not
just
an
a-
expert
he's
in
just a
blood
tech.
splatter. Yeah, he's just being a photograph guy. He's a photography.
He's not a
guy.
criminologist. He's not, his expertise is not in blood. And so he couldn't even really say whether it was blood or not.
Mhm. All he's justifying is that it's his photos that he took, basically, is what he's saying. So
Yeah, they've stipulated to all the foundation. Now they're just going through the drudgery of introducing them as evidence.
Right. I mean, it looks like blood. Is it blood? We don't know. I'd like to hear from somebody who actually tested those tiny little spots on the wall to see, is this Tabasco sauce or is this actually human blood? Or is it
Let's
raccoon
lick it
blood?
and
Like
find out.
somebody in the last chat on your show, Jeff, was like, it looks like somebody killed a raccoon in there.
little bastard was difficult to get a hold of and actually put down. So, I mean, for all we know, it could have been someone that's really bad at making strawberry jam sandwiches. They could have just been making a hell of a mess, butter laying out. Okay, quick question, people: do you butter bread before putting strawberry jam on it?
If you're having butter and jam, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Yes.
If you're just having jam, then no butter.
Really? So you will have bread with just jam on it?
Yes.
Well, there you go.
So if you have like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you have like peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
All
No.
right. Jam does not touch bread without butter on it, apparently.
Well, if you've ever tasted Vegemite, you'd understand why we put butter on everything.
Okay, no, Vegemite you have to have butter. Americans don't understand Vegemite whatsoever. I grew up on Vegemite and Marmite because my mom lived in Australia when she was young. And you need a lot of butter, and we do tomato.
See, I'm more of a Marmite guy than a
Me too.
Vegemite guy.
I'm also more of a Marmite guy. I like Marmite a lot better.
Because I like because it's saltier. I don't like the really yeasty flavor of Vegemite.
It has a different texture. I prefer Marmite, but I don't know. Where in Australia are you from, Hayden?
I consider myself to be from all over. I did like 14 schools in 12 years from all around the country. At the moment, I am located in Victoria, in Melbourne, which is...
Oh, nice.
It's nice to actually settle down for a bit.
One of my best friends lives in Melbourne.
Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah, Mandy's got me caught there. I did my schooling in Bendigo. Stalker.
Jelly and cheese.
Jelly and cheese.
Really, Nicholas? Really? Is that like a Viking recipe? Actually, my great grandmother, who was Polish, she would do like Swiss cheese with strawberry jam. I tried it. I was not a fan. It was
my Lithuanian grandmother did like the head cheese, where you just like boil a pig's head and then you gets all gelatinized and you just slice it like cheese.
That's an entirely different kind of cheese, Jeff. That's
Yes,
not the kind of cheese that I think Nicholas is referencing.
Nope. All right. And on that note, I'm gonna let everybody go. That's all I got to add. Nothing happened. Just lots and lots of photographs being introduced. Everybody, make sure you sign up and you follow Chandler Remy _ legal on Twitter. Make sure you subscribe to Aussie and like everything he's done. The 10K.
We're very close, people. Very, very close.
I expect to wake up and see him at 10K.
Say 10K one more time.
10K.
There you go.
10K.
10K baby monkey.
I'm sorry, guys. That's not really my style. I'm not. Adios, vices. What we will
I didn't get
do
to
is
say
quickly
goodbye.
run.
Bye, Jeff.
He's tired.
Yeah.
Now, someone asked what the fuck is Vegemite. So take a beer barrel, ferment the beer, remove the beer, and then scrape off like the black sludge from the inside of it. Refine that down and spread it on a piece of bread. Do you butter inside part of a grilled cheese too, you damn heathen? Yeah, absolutely. Butter on both sides of the bread. It goes into the grilled cheese, makes it nice and melty.
So do
Bugs
you
World,
wait butter
parents-
on both sides of the bread?
Yes, because the butter on the outside, like fries up the bread as well. So I don't know. It's just a thing here. We always just butter everything.
I appreciate that. I put mustard on the inside of my grilled cheese before I put the cheese. It's quite delicious.
Okay,
Big
that's
fan.
one to try.
Marmite and peanut butter? No.
That's a bit
No.
gross.
No, I'm going to
have
object to that.
I ever lived in Tasmania? No. Do I look like I've grown a second head? Where's Mighty to tell everyone that Hayden is lying, that he's from Ohio? Look, guys, if it makes you feel any better, yes, I'm in a dome in Ohio. If that helps you sleep at night, to think that the rest of the world does not exist, I'm more than happy for you to believe that. Sweet and savory, jam and cheese is pretty nice. Oh, there you go. Landlord for my family's restaurant lives in Australia. Jelly and cheese is common in the Mediterranean. Really?
I could see maybe like a pepper jam, pepper jelly with cheese. I've done fig butter with goat cheese, and that's quite delicious.
Wolfram says for $5, thank you for the super chat. Tried Vegemite once. My tongue screamed, "Get out!" It's an acquired taste. It really is.
It's not for everybody.
No. But if you do it just right, just let the butter melt, make sure that it's all very nice, and just spread it across very thinly. Some people will lay out lines of cheese on it as well to make it into tiger toast. That's quite nice too.
I was going to ask if you're a fan of tiger toast. I actually have never tried that.
It's really good. What's the Japanese word for it? The umami of the cheese, the blandness, but it really mixes well with the grossness of the Vegemite. Let's face it.
Well, Vegemite is it is very umami. It's very savory. It has like a sort of like a yeasty, it's like a brewer's yeast kind of flavor, you know.
Yeah. Vegemite and cheese is an Australian sailor thing. I should hope so. It'd remind them of home.
I would say don't mix Vegemite with Tim Tams. Don't make sure that you separate those two. That would be a terrible, terrible, terrible idea.
Tim Tams are amazing though.
Tim Tams are delicious.
Have you ever done a Tim Tam Slam?
Yes, I have. because my friend Sophie, she lives in Melbourne, she's from LA. She came to visit LA, and she had a little tiny Tim Tam that she brought with her that she got on her flight. And I saved it to do a Tim Tam Slam with some iced coffee, and it was absolutely delicious.
There you go.
Fan. They're very
so it's one of the individually wrapped ones that you get on the planes.
Yeah,
lovely.
Like this big, like little fun size one. It's really tasty.
Okay, looks like I've gotten. All right, guys, I'm just skipping to the bottom of the chat because let's face it, I have run through. So what I'm going to do is we're going to start off with this Season Destroy story done by Queen City News. I was a little bit disgusted when I saw this, to be perfectly honest, but let's have a look and give some commentary on it, I suppose. Where are we? There it is, and add to stream. All right, I think that should have audio.
That major update to our Season Destroy investigation. A South Carolina judge has fined Chief Mark Keel for discovery abuse in a civil rights lawsuit out of Dorchester County. Keel heads the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, also known as SLED, the state's top law enforcement agency. Good evening. I'm Alicia Barnes.
And I'm Brian Blakely, the farmer that filed the lawsuit after he says SLED mowed down his $1 million hemp crop and then tried to hide evidence from him. Evidence that farmer believes shows SLED conspired to destroy his crop. Here's Chief Investigator Jody Barr with an update to Season.
Look, I'm not going to lie. I don't have, after everything that we saw in the Murdoch case, I don't have a high opinion of SLED. There's reasons for that. Seeing this, though, sort of made my blood boil. Wait until you see exactly what they tried to hide and the way that they've lied to two separate judges to try and get to do what they've done. In the end, both judges said no, and they went ahead and did it anyway.
Season Destroy, a Queen City News investigation.
John Trenton Pendarvis versus.
During a virtual hearing in October, Trent Pendarvis's legal team spent more than an hour presenting evidence it says proves SLED hid evidence from this Dorchester County farmer before SLED raided his farm and mowed his hemp crop down in 2019.
The defendant's conduct in this case was not just obstructionist discovery conduct meant to obstruct the plaintiff from getting discovery. It was also meant to mislead the plaintiff. And quite frankly, it was also meant to mislead the court.
He's gonna get his dad, come get the truck.
Another example, Patrick McLaughlin argued, is what happened when SLED agents went to Circuit Court Judge Diane Goodstein just a week before the raid. SLED asked Goodstein to sign a seizure and destruction order for Pendarvis's hemp crop. SLED sent the judge an attorney general's opinion published in July, 2 months before the raid, to support their request. That July opinion, McLaughlin argued,
That we're out here because Department of Ag called us out here.
Had nothing to do with the Trent Pendarvis case. But an August 2019 opinion SLED asked for, specifically for Pendarvis, did. In that opinion, the AG advised SLED to seek judicial authorization before destroying the crop.
There you go. So they've sent off one judicial opinion to, one attorney general opinion to a judge to try and get an order so that they could go and mow down this hemp crop. They've done this like 2 months afterwards, and in the interim, there was a different attorney general opinion that came out basically saying that in order to be able to do this, you need to have a good reason for it, and the judge has to look at everything and determine that on the balance that it is in the benefit of the community and various other bits and pieces for them to even make that order. So rather than provide them with the appropriate opinion, they've sort of buried it, shall we say, and provided them with a completely different set of information. And yes, I am just fluffing this out because we've still got like 45 minutes.
Pendarvis's lawyers argued SLED purposely tried to deceive Judge Goodstein by withholding the August opinion from her and from Pendarvis's legal team.
We asked them to admit that the actual opinion they submitted to Judge Goodstein, because when they sent her that ex parte order, Your Honor, they sent her an AG opinion, and the order actually references an AG opinion. It is not the August 8th AG opinion. Instead, it's a July 10th, 2019 opinion. And that opinion deals with different factual situations than the allegations against the plaintiff. Specifically, it deals with people who are cultivating or possessing hemp and don't have a license. Oh, by the way, this AG's opinion you guys have never identified or produced to us this original letter that you sent to the AG where you sought that opinion. We demand that you give us that correspondence, you identify it, and you produce it to us. SLED never has done that, Your Honor.
Goodstein refused to approve SLED's request. Instead, she offered SLED her courtroom to bring the farmer in for a hearing. SLED declined her offer. Then 1 week later,
right now, we're going to place you under arrest for growing hemp without a license.
SLED went to a Dorchester County magistrate to get an arrest warrant for Trent Pendarvis. Court records show SLED did not tell that judge of its plans to seize and destroy the crop or of Judge Goodstein's refusal to grant SLED the same request a week earlier. Later that morning, SLED swarmed Trent.
So there you go. A little bit of judge shopping as well. Always brilliant. Cases like this is why we call them
That is
pigs.
very sketchy
Nice
behavior, and I'm not surprised.
No, I mean, look, I don't know what the rules are there in terms of applying for warrants and that sort of thing. I don't know if they specifically had to mention the fact that they've already been to another judge who would turn them down. The fact that they weren't willing to go in and argue the case in front of the judge tells me that they knew exactly what was going on, that they weren't going to actually receive the warrant that they wanted. And again, that's why they went to another judge. But at the same time, then they just went ahead and did it. So
did they secure approval from the second judge before they went ahead with this action?
I don't believe so. Like,
okay,
I can't remember off the top of my head, but we'll watch through it. But I don't believe so. I don't believe that the judge gave them the actual order to destroy it. I think he gave an order, but I don't think it was specifically to. I think it was to secure the actual property itself, not to destroy the hemp crop.
It sounds like they acted illegally, from my understanding. Yeah. Let's take a look and see what they say.
Phil.
Response, Mr. Linderman?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Andrew Lindeman for Chief Mark Keel in his official capacity.
The state hired Columbia attorney Andrew Lindeman to defend SLED Chief Mark Keel. He argued SLED simply wanted Judge Goodstein to allow them to seize the field.
You look at what was presented to Judge Goodstein was a document that was intended to allow for the seizure of the illegal hemp crop, and before it was destroyed, to give the owner the opportunity to request and receive a post-seizure hearing. That is what SLED went to Judge Goodstein to try to discuss with her. And they were unsuccessful in discussing it with her. She would not have a meeting with the SLED General Counsel's office on that. We didn't seek judicial approval to destroy the hemp crop. We sought judicial approval to make a pre-seizure, a pre-hearing seizure of the hemp crop, give the opportunity to the owner to request a post-seizure hearing.
McLaughlin's discovery.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, because he said it several times, but to clarify, the order that they had apparently sought from the judge was purely to secure the site of the crop, not to destroy it. And yet they went ahead and did that anyway. So,
Discovery fight with SLED started in Marion County weeks after agents arrested Trent Pendarvis in 2019. There, McLaughlin says SLED hid documentary evidence for more than a year, only disclosing it to Pendarvis's team.
Chandler, wait till you hear this, how they got caught out. They used the Bates numbering on the document evidence, and they were dumb enough to refer to a document with a numbering that was beyond what they provided. They got caught out by their own numbering system, which I thought was hilarious.
Just before a hearing where McLaughlin was set to ask a judge to force SLED to turn the missing records over.
The remark was, you got everything, Patrick. I gave you 168 pages. I pointed out,
oh my God,
that's not the case. And you should know that's not the case, because in the November 9th, 2021 letter I sent you, there's a footnote where I specifically told you, you guys have identified pages past Bates stamp 89, yet you only gave us Bates stamps 1 to 89 and 3 videos.
There you go. In their own letters to the defense, in order and providing discovery and that sort of thing, they basically said, here's 168 pages worth of documents. But in a letter previously, they'd said, oh, by the way, there's documents 182, 184, whatever. And they've specifically not provided those as part of discovery. Idiots.
So it would seem clear that there's stuff you haven't given us. You need to produce it. So, okay, well, we'll get that to you. They turn around and they email us the missing pages. So,
how many pages, people? How many pages do you reckon were missing? How many pages were kept out of the discovery?
Yep.
It's quite funny. I just want to see whether or not there's some actual over 100. Damn close. Damn close. Like, it's still less than 100, but it's still significant.
So
oh God, I want to hear this.
March 10th, 2022, we get 79 missing pages of discovery. We had noticed them.
I want to know what chat thinks. I'm curious.
79 missing pages of discovery, and they received them the day before a hearing because they specifically referred to it as a court. They specifically pulled it before the court that there were this many pages that we're aware of that are missing. And I should specify, they don't actually know if additional documents are missing. They actually don't know, because as far as I'm aware, it was only up to that Bates numbering that they'd mentioned. So there could potentially still be further documents. But they'd specified this for over a year, that there were additional documents that were missing, and they gave them to them the day before a hearing where it was supposed to go before the court, because they were requesting sanctions and all sorts of crap. So, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Back on November 9th, so they knew that they had been missing them for 121 days, Your Honor. When we were coming up on the hearing in Marion, on the courthouse steps, all of a sudden we get, let us supplement our discovery responses. 356 days after our first Rule 11 letter telling them that their responses to those requests for admission were no good, that they didn't comply with the rules. Your Honor, this last minute discovery response makes our argument for us. It shows that they Their intention with this was simply to obstruct, to evade. Do not do anything until the very last second. And even when you do it at the last second, don't actually cure the deficiency. Continue to be as obstructionist and evasive as you think you can get away with.
Lindemann admitted Sled and Chief Kill might have missed something along the way.
And I stand here and say they got every single email. Well, we produced the entire files on these two particular incidents, these two particular investigations. To the extent there may have been some additional emails that he was able to obtain through discovery with the Department of Agriculture, I'm not disputing that. But the bottom line is to suggest that we didn't produce emails along the lines of what was requested for is just absolutely false.
Pendarvis's lawyers.
Hang on. What is on this man's head? I'm not sure what it's made out of. It's either raccoon or beaver, but that was definitely a rug.
Also asked for personnel records of SLED agents involved in the raid, something anyone can get under the state's Freedom of Information Act. SLED fought that too.
We went on to say, to the extent that a court orders the production of the personnel files or portions thereof, the production should be protected by a confidentiality order or other protective order which has not been entered in this litigation. And why has it not been entered in this litigation? Because Mr. McLaughlin will not agree to confidentiality orders.
Oh my God.
He historically does that in all his cases.
Are you kidding me?
You have thoughts?
This is a Brady violation. This is a major, like, classic violation of Brady. Oh my God. This is exculpatory evidence. It needs to be entered into the record. It needs to be entered into discovery. This guy is so shady. I cannot believe. Wait, so my question is, the 79 pages, did they contain emails?
Yeah.
Okay, they did. So I just love his claim that is absolutely false, because whoever commented in your chat that, disbarment coming in 3, 2, 1. I mean, this is, wow. I would investigate this guy. I mean, I have no words.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just a paralegal. I'm not a lawyer, but, like, I know enough about law to know that that's a major Brady violation, and that is a huge, huge problem. Wow.
What, are we picking on Peter Griffin? Because Peter Griffin... In this instance, Peter Griffin's got a bigger problem than his toupee there. So Aussies think the entire US law enforcement is screwed, or just South Carolina? At this point, Patricia, South Carolina, as far as I'm concerned, the law enforcement down there probably needs to be gutted. And I don't mean physically. I mean, like, they need to replace everybody from the ground up, from the sounds of it. I have seen plenty of other things from other areas of American law enforcement that do raise questions. And I'm not going to lie, to me, it feels like it's it's almost a militarized branch of the government at this point, as opposed to something that, here we still have the whole thought that, the police are supposed to be able to protect society, whereas it really feels like the only thing that the police in America are good for are enforcing government rules, as opposed to, benefiting society. Which I know that there's a whole thing in the Supreme Court that said that cops don't have to protect or serve the community, all that sort of stuff, which is weird as hell. I'm not going to lie. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. Because there's the whole thing that, the military is supposed to fight the enemies and the police are supposed to assist with domestic stuff. And when you use the military to regulate the people become the enemy. I kind of feel like that's happening now, because I feel like the police is being used as a branch of effectively the military, for lack of a better definition and term. Don't quote me on that, because let's face it, I'm still half asleep, people. But it's just, like the police to me in America are a completely different breed compared to, say, Australian or even what I've seen of the UK police forces. So good luck, people.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that LAPD was corrupt. But looking at SLED, that's a whole other can of pork and beans, I guess. It's really terrible.
Yeah, and SLED probably won't even get punished. Yeah.
No, they won't. They absolutely will not. There's corruption everywhere, and I feel like corruption is rife in these, like, the small towns, the small districts. Yes, this shit happens across the nation. I completely agree.
What? Oh, Strong, you be nice. I think Chandler's a lovely young lady who would not be that harsh to her boyfriend and make him get a glass. What, do you reckon you'd let a partner drink out? Oh, sorry, I'm not. As of yesterday, apparently, I'm no longer allowed to use the word partner because that's a word specifically reserved for the LGBTQ plus community, apparently.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
And I can say that because I'm a not straight person, so I call bullshit on that, and I give you permission. You can use
lovely. Well, there you go.
partner is totally acceptable, neutral, non-problematic. Feel free to use it. It is. Who said that? That's ridiculous.
Oh, so we went through a news article. So on Sundays, I do a section basically called Kinky Corner, where I go through all things like relationship and sex related with the law and all that sort of stuff.
Okay.
And we covered a news article basically where because partner had been used since I think it was the 60s or something to replace the word boyfriend or girlfriend in same-sex relationships, there are people arcing up now saying that heterosexual couples shouldn't be using it, that it's a term that should be reserved for for homosexual relationships, basically saying that we already have the use of the word wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, all this sort of stuff, that we should be using terms like, oh, what was it? Crap, I'm trying to remember now. Off the top of my head. Anyway, it was like basically the word partner is supposed to signify the seriousness of a same-sex couple relationship, and that apparently heterosexual couples should not be using it. Get stuffed.
So I studied linguistics as part of my anthropology undergrad, and there is this thing about language specifically. The idea of co-opting linguistic terms to only suit a certain group, I find that problematic. The word partner has existed for a very long time. It can refer to anything. It can refer to, my business partner, my associate. There is nothing to say that that is exclusive to any one group of people. And I don't have a lot of intelligent things to say about that. I just call bullshit on it. I think it's ridiculous. I think anybody should be able to say the word partner because partner describes the nature of the relationship that you have with the person that you are with. So if it is a partnership where you are mutually agreeing on tasks for how to raise your children, how to, grow a business together or a family together or a life together, it's a partnership. That's ridiculous. I say no to that.
Cowboys say hi. No, and I appreciate that. And look, I think you really hit the nail on the head there, because the exact words that came out of your mouth was, I have nothing intelligent to say about that because it's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I wholeheartedly agree with that. As far as I'm concerned, if it's in the dictionary, it's a word that I can use, okay?
If it's a neologism that specifically was, invented by that community, like a neologism as in like a new vocabulary word that's entered into the lexicon that's never been used before, then maybe. But I mean, honestly, I have a problem with people saying only we are allowed to say these words of these things. That's not, I'm not into that.
Yeah. Where are we?
What was the milk carton
English language as a whole? Sorry?
I was just going to ask what the milk carton question was, though, because I was a little curious.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, actually, I think I may adopt that as my new balls or no balls. Whether or not you would allow a partner or your significant other, your spouse. That was the other one you're supposed to use. Apparently, you're supposed to say significant other and not partner.
But if you're married, then I don't know. Okay, let's get into the milk thing.
Yes. So it's whether or not you would be that uptight that you would not allow a partner to drink straight from the carton of milk.
No, I wouldn't. I would, if I had a partner, male, female, or otherwise, I would not care about them drinking from a carton of milk because I use creamer in my coffee and that's it. I'm not really like, I don't mind. I don't care. If it's not going to affect me personally.
Can you explain to me what creamer is? We just put milk straight into our tea and coffee.
Oh, you know what? It's really funny. I have a friend from Brisbane who also explained this to me, that you guys don't have creamer over there. So basically, so I use this almond creamer in my coffee. It's made from almond milk and then it's sweetened, and they have different flavors that they can use that are like hazelnut or caramel or creme brulee. And so basically it is like, it's like a pre-sweet. So it's like, instead of putting sugar and milk in your coffee, it's those two things combined. And then you just use that instead of having to stir anything or whatever. It's, you know, a convenience type product. And I have one that I really like. That's like an almond milk base, and it's very tasty.
Okay, well there you go. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I always thought that it was some sort of dairy-based thing that you add that was like halfway between milk or cream, or that you were just pouring thickened cream into your coffee. And I'm like, look, I can understand how some people might do that.
It can be dairy based. There's like oat milk creamer. There's you know, regular like half and half style creamer, but it's just sweetened milk.
Okay, hang on. What the hell is half and half?
Okay, half and half is it's okay. So it's an American dairy product that consists of half cream and half whole milk. So it's a way of using cream in your coffee without having it all be cream. It's half whole milk. So it's less. Yeah, I mean, it's
yes, guys. Chat's blowing up because I'm learning stuff here.
as opposed to heavy cream or whipping cream or whatever. So
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well, anyway, we've still got a few more minutes of this, and court will be back very, very soon. Somehow we've managed to turn a 12-minute video into like 45 minutes worth of content. So excellent. I'm just going to let this run through.
Plus an American dairy educations.
Yeah. Much appreciated, honestly, because it's something that always like blew my mind because I couldn't work it out.
And he and I had a discussion in this case. He didn't reveal that to the court, and he declined to do so.
But the judge's order states it is SLED Chief Mark Kill's responsibility to ask the court for a confidentiality order, something Kill still hasn't done in this case.
There's no increased privacy right by law enforcement officials. In fact, Burton v. York County tells us that as public officials, they've got less privacy than a private citizen does. They've never moved for any type of protective order. They just refuse to produce those documents.
McLaughlin believes Mark Kill intentionally kept that evidence from Trent Pendarvis, so Pendarvis would not find out the backstory of what led to the raid of his family farm.
These emails that you guys have now finally produced to us show us that this is intentional and willful bad faith attempts to avoid answering our requests. Judge, we sit here today in front of you, 381 days since we asked two simple requests for admit that we now know through their own discovery should have been admitted. And that is, did you guys try to comply with that AG's opinion? Did you try to get judicial approval to seize and destroy his crop? And was that judicial approval denied? 381 days have been by, and they still have not admitted that.
In this 31-page order handed down this afternoon, Judge Mate Murphy ordered SLED Chief Mark Kill to pay attorney Patrick McLaughlin a fine of $11,300 for the extra work and delay Kill's discovery misconduct caused. The judge wrote, Kill's written responses to the Pendarvis lawsuit are examples of his intentional, willful, and bad faith nature of Kill's discovery conduct. Failing to properly respond, ignoring written notifications of deficient responses, forcing the plaintiff to file motions, forcing the court to schedule hearings, and then at the last minute, attempting to cure the deficiency is not conducting discovery in good faith and is evidence of intentional, willful, and bad faith conduct. I find that the prejudice to the plaintiff from Kill's conduct is clear, convincing, and substantial. Basic discovery in this case has now been delayed for over a year. We asked SLED Chief Mark Kill for a response. A SLED spokesman wrote in an email to us. As we have said previously, SLED and Chief Kill will not be commenting while litigation is pending. Chief Kill.
So, yeah. In the British, what we calling him unsound? Yeah. Where the heck did that go? The story didn't air on my local news, but then again, here in Nevada, we just elected a sheriff governor. Really? Okay, interesting. That judge is pissed. Yeah, I would be too, honestly. I mean, look at the way that they tried to end run around two different judges, did what they were going to anyway without any sort of judicial order allowing them to actually destroy the crop, and then trying to remedy the discovery deficiency. Are you kidding me? Oh, by the way, we've known for a year that we were keeping emails and other correspondence and documents from you. We're going to provide that to you on the eve of the trial and hope that the judge doesn't notice.
And then make a statement that it is categorically false that we didn't hand over those emails. I mean, technically, they did at the last minute, right before that hearing, but I'm sorry, that does not explain why that substantial of a delay was appropriate, necessary, or I mean that it just smacks of, hiding things, obfuscating, there is nothing honest or sincere about that. It's not a little mistake. It is very intentional. It's very obvious.
Oh yeah. Very, very obvious and very
I need to say that. I mean, my commentary is kind of useless at this point because everybody can see. Everybody who has eyes can basically see and understand what the fuck is going on here.
It's a bit like that, but for some people, we still have to lay it all out and hold their hand and walk them through it as to exactly how fucking corrupt this actually was. People, it's legitimately pathetic as to exactly what they've done there. I do not put Vegemite in my coffee. Thank you very much.
Who asked that? Oh my god.
No, someone stated it. They didn't. Jenny B. Aussie puts Vegemite in his coffee. They didn't just ask. They outright stated it.
Lies.
Yeah, no. That's slander. That's slander. That is no one in their right mind's doing that.
Cease and desist.
Anyone still want to keep back in the blue? Keep back in the blue till it happens to you. Well, oh no.
There is major systemic corruption in American police.
Well, you're not wrong there, Dwayne. When the top cop is bad, they will all be bad. How many bad apples? Because yeah, you're right. If we look at the chief, if we look at the police chief as the tree, all the apples that fall from it are going to be bad apples. You're not wrong there, not in the slightest. And I mean, there's been plenty of. I know it's a joke, Jenny. I was taking the piss out of you. Don't stress. What was that? This is Overlaw'd. Better watch out. That goatee is getting ready to hit the town. Wow. So there are some people that actually really like the beard. I'm appreciative of that, people. She does not like it. I'm not going to lie. She said she'll tolerate it so long as I don't go the full beard. So,
I think it's a good look.
Apparently I shouldn't expect any kissing anytime soon. Well, what was that? The juror said a lot of people talking about how they couldn't have jury notes. Were jurors listening to coverage about them or talking to outsiders? How did they know that? It's a damn good question, Tasha. That's the first I've heard about that too. Yeah, so unfortunately I don't have anything intelligent to say about that myself.
Are we talking about Murdaugh?
I actually don't know that the context on that. I'm thinking that was about murder.
Do you know there was an interview? 3 of the jurors went on some local TV show, I believe, and did a morning show and did an interview, which I didn't watch.
Yeah.
But it's possible that one of them, I think that comment might be referencing that those jurors discussed things that they read about themselves in the media. Now, since they were dismissed, they can read anything about the case now. So it's possible that they came to learn things after the trial was over about other people's commentary about how they couldn't take notes. But I'm not sure exactly. That's my best guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose if they've worded it improperly during the interview, it may lead people to believe that they've been reading stuff about themselves during the trial, which may be an issue. I'm curious to hear from the juror that was dismissed. I want to know the details of exactly what happened there, frankly.
And the eggs. I want to know about why she brought a dozen eggs with her to. The whole thing was very bizarre.
Lauren Cuck released a jury interview 50 minutes ago. Really? Remember this shit the next time the cops knock on your door? Yes, people, I am going to add it to my merch store. It's literally going to be a little card saying, my name is such and such. I will answer no questions. My lawyer's number is this. So that it's very specific that you are already asking for your lawyer. They already have the contact details before they start talking to you. Okay? All you have to do is shut your mouth and hand them that card.
And ask, am I under arrest? Am I being detained? Ask those questions.
Oh, yeah. The 3 questions. Yes. Actually, maybe I'll put that on the back. Because Nick was talking about getting magnets done to put on the outside of your car or something, or just stick on the fridge. I personally want something that you can pull out of your wallet and just hand to the cop. So
I like that. Straight and to the point.
Exactly. What was that? This was while the trial was underway, apparently. Okay.
I'd like more details to clarify that. I'm curious.
Tell her from one wife to another, just give it some time. Good products are helpful. I do need to go and get some beard oil and stuff like that. I'm not going to lie. Girl of the Valley has a card like that in her wallet.
Ooh, what does it
Excellent.
say? I'd like
Well.
to know a little more about that card.
Mandy, hand them a condom instead. That's not going to keep them away, Mandy, just because they're dicks. Juror who had chickens bought another juror eggs as a gift.
Oh, that's what that
Interesting.
was.
Okay. Make sure it reads if subject matter jurisdiction's been established. Grounds. Oh, Chandler, did you see much of the Brooks trial?
I did. I watched quite a lot of it. I would say maybe 70%. I'd say.
Okay. All right.
Brooks was interesting.
Yeah, look,
Why do you
that's going to
ask?
be interesting. Oh no, just whether or not that you're getting the inferences. This afternoon news and general stream is nice. Oh, good. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Devel. Speaking of which, we still have. I've got the trial stream on in the background. They're supposed to be back in the next 60 seconds. But what I will do is have a quick look through because I did actually pull up some of the actual news articles. Where'd they go?
Oh right, your news updates from the weekend.
Yeah, because okay, so 41-year-old man has died after taking 2 Viagra pills while drinking. Idiot. 41-year-old man has died after taking 2 Viagra tablets while drinking alcohol. It's been reported the man from Nagpur, India, was staying at a hotel with a female friend. I'm shocked. With the pair drinking together before he took 2 50-milligram tablets of sildenafil, which is sold under the brand Viagra. Blokes, do not mix Viagra with alcohol. We know this, okay? When he woke up the next morning, he felt uneasiness, according to the March edition of the Journal of Forensic and Legal Medicine. He was also vomiting. His female friend urged him to seek medical help. However, he dismissed her concerns, telling her that he had experienced the symptoms previously. And that didn't cause you any sort of alarm?
Well, I didn't die last time, so I'm not going to die this time.
Yeah. Holy crap. That's what it is. Look, can you see what's on the... He suffered a hemorrhage in the brain as a result.
Oh my god,
That's it. That's his MRI. Wow. Taken to hospital but was declared dead on arrival. He died of a cerebrovascular hemorrhage, which is when oxygen delivery to the brain is reduced. An autopsy revealed that the mixture of alcohol and the medication, as well as a pre-existing high blood pressure issue, led to his death. His blood alcohol level was 0.186, almost 4 times Australia's legal driving limit at 0.05.
Oh, you guys have a low limit. We have 0.08.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. I suppose for us, alcohol's pretty ingrained in our society. I'm not going to lie. We have legendarily resilient livers, so even to get to 0.05, you know you've had a few. In India, the unsupervised and unprescribed use of Viagra has been rampant, while people have been using it for longer-lasting intercourse rather than as an aid for ED. The deceased did not have a prescription for the medication, according to the Daily Mail, and the side effects included headaches, recurring stomach upset, blood pressure issues, flushing, and nasal congestion. I swear to God, people, when I opened this, I did not know that it was about Viagra. The headline when I opened it off the news website was, here's what was shown on an MRI. Okay? I had no idea what was the cause of this.
Well, you know what I'm going to ask, right?
What's that?
Was the sex worth it? That's my question.
Well, one last lay on the way out, I suppose.
I guess he can't answer it because, unfortunately, he's passed away. And I'm sorry if that's incredibly insensitive, but I mean,
No.
I hope it was great sex. I hope he enjoyed himself. I hope it was worth it because I'd hate to think. I mean, when you're at the point where you have to take 2, when one doesn't work, when one doesn't do the trick, I mean, you might just give up on sex altogether.
Basically, yeah. I mean, look, I get that some blokes are using it to last longer as opposed to actually treat what it's designed to treat. But it literally the sex blew his mind.
Well, I should hope so. I should hope that it was the best sex of his life because, you know, if you're going to die that way, you might as well go out with a bang. So.
Oh, yeah, that sex was to die for, honestly.
Clearly, obviously.
Okay. London police officer that killed Sarah Everard's been sentenced for indecent exposure. I don't know how the hell this all wound up sex related. I'm so sorry, Chandler.
Oh, I don't mind.
Wayne Couzens, the former London police officer who abducted, raped, and murdered Sarah Everard in 2021, has been sentenced to a further 19 months in prison for indecent exposure incidents that took place while he was serving on the police force. Couzens, 50, who was already serving a life sentence without the possibility for parole for killing the 33-year-old, which sparked outrage towards the Metropolitan Police and began a nationwide debate about violence against women. He was additionally sentenced on Monday for exposing himself to women on 3 occasions in the months prior to the murder. 2 occurred at a fast food restaurant. Dude, hygiene, come on. The latter of which was just days before he murdered Everard, and another, took place while he was on shift with the police.
That's really bold. I mean, in public like that, I'm like, is this in like the restaurant of the, whatever? I mean, in the like in the restaurant bathroom? Are we talking about like this guy sounds really well, I guess brazen.
This guy was an absolute piece of work for what he did and the intimidation that he did to a lot of women over the years that he was on the police force, which is a complete and utter abuse of power.
100%.
Was he wearing a mask though? I highly doubt it. I don't think this guy believed in protection of any kind. British jails are too good for this guy.
Jesus.
It's a Mexican jail. He appeared via video link from the prison during Monday's hearing. The court heard that he stepped into the path of a female cyclist while naked and masturbating.
Oh my God.
In a woodland area of Kent in November 2020, while he was supposed to be working from home. Then on 2 dates in February 21, he displayed his erect penis to staffers at a fast food drive-through while picking up food from in his car.
Wow.
The second incident took place on February 27, days later on March 3, when he kidnapped... on March 3, he kidnapped Couzens, kidnapped Everard in South London. On Monday, he pleaded not guilty to a 4th incident. Jesus Christ. Why would you bother at this point? From alleged incident in June 2015. The UK news agency PA Media reported he will not face trial over the charge as it was left on file.
Wait, what does that mean? It was left on file?
Means it's still there hanging over his head, but they're not going to bother prosecuting it.
Jesus,
He's already got enough jail time.
This guy's an absolute piece of work. I cannot believe... I mean... So did they just find out about these incidents now?
I think what's happened is that, yeah, basically, certain things have come to light. They're to the point where they're able to actually charge him and try him for them. But it's like, what? Yeah,
That's really tragic, considering. I mean, if so clearly it was an abuse of power. I imagine that whoever was victimized was scared to come forward because this man is, in a position of power. But it leads to the ultimate sort of tragic question: if they had been able to compel themselves to come forward and say something about this previously, could that have prevented this tragedy from occurring? We'll never know, unfortunately.
No, we'll never know. I mean, look, apparently the exposure incidents were like only days before he abducted her. So I'd say that if people had like mentioned it and it had come out that they were able to identify him, quite possibly it might have stopped something. That is absolutely right. Let's go, Brandon. There is 800 people watching. Come on, guys. We can do better than that. And if you haven't already subscribed, please bloody well do. I'm so close to 10K. You'll probably try and flush the judge too.
Oh God. I really thought that one of the sentences said that he was in a hearing and that he exposed himself, and I would not have been surprised if that had been factual. The guy's an absolute
I wouldn't be
sex
shocked in the
pest.
slightest.
He sounds like a grotesque human being, and it's horrifying what he's done. Talk about like police corruption, abusing your power.
I know, right? Yes, Averblink, I can see you. How you doing?
Wow, that's a horrible story.
6 other officers on paid leave were fired for the WhatsApp group that he had access to. Walker's, the lot of them. Really? Wow. That's
What's with this WhatsApp group?
Horrible.
I'm brand new to this case. I don't know anything about it, so I'm curious what that means. The WhatsApp group. Do you know about that?
No, I'm actually thinking that might be in relation to a different case. I don't know specifically in relation to this cop, but honestly, the number of times that you hear about people getting done for like things that are said in group chats and that sort of thing, because they expect that things like WhatsApp are going to be encrypted. Seriously, people, I cannot express this in the most sincerest of terms, okay? Sorry, any more sincere terms. If you put something in text, whether it be by email, whether it be by Snapchat, WhatsApp, anything like that, expect that anything you put in text can and may be produced in court as evidence.
Yes.
Okay?
100%.
Nothing you put in writing is ever truly gone, irrespective of what people say about it.
Especially if you're in a group chat, because if somebody subpoenas, the cell phone records of somebody that you were in contact with, they can absolutely look through that person's phone, look at their WhatsApp messages, download that information. That is very good advice from a legal standpoint. You always, every time you write anything ever, whether it's private or public, imagine that somebody will be reading it to you in the future in front of you in the court of law when you're on trial for something. Be very careful with what you write.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, what else we got? Slight trigger warning for this one, people, because it does involve a suicide bomber. Pakistan suicide bomber kills 9 police officers. A suicide bomber has killed 9 police officers and wounded 16 others on Monday in an attack on their truck in southwestern Pakistan, officials said. Security forces have been battling a year-long insurgency by militants in Balochistan, demanding a bigger share of the province's wealth, as well as attacks by the Pakistan Taliban. The suicide bomber was riding a motorbike and hit the truck from behind, said a senior police official. Generally, if I can't pronounce the names, I'll just skip over it. I'm not going to lie. The incident took place near Dada, the main town in in a certain district, about 120 kilometers, 75 miles southeast of Quetta in Balochistan. Photos of the aftermath showed the police truck upside down on the road with its windows shattered. Mahmoud Notzai, police chief for the district, told the AFP that the officers were returning from a week-long cattle show where they'd been providing security. There's been no claim of responsibility for the attack. Terrorism in Balochistan is part of a nefarious agenda to destabilize the country, said the Prime Minister in a statement released by his office. The country is facing overlapping political, economic, and environmental crises, as well as a worsening security situation. I'm just going to check that court is not yet back. Okay. Apparently attacks are on the rise. They've been on the rise in Pakistan since the Afghan Taliban seized control of Kabul in August 2021, emboldening military groups along the border, which have increasingly targeted security forces. Last month, 5 people died when a TTP suicide squad stormed a police compound in the port city of Karachi. It came just weeks after a bomb blasted a police mosque in the northwestern city of Peshawar, which killed more than 80 officers, an attack claimed by the group, sometimes affiliated with the TTP. Despite different ideological, ethnic, and political outlooks, militant groups are all franchises bound by one objective: to hit the security forces and instill a sense of fear and uncertainty in Pakistan, said Imtiaz Gul, an analyst with... Thank you. Analyst with Islamabad Center for Research and Security Studies. Balochistan, which borders both Afghanistan and Iran, is the largest, least populous, and poorest province of Pakistan. Oh, look, apparently China is investing in the area under a $54 billion project called the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, upgrading infrastructure, power, and transport links between its far western Xinjiang region and Pakistan's Gwadar port. Yeah, that's not okay. But anyway. Yes, Helene, that's why I'm keeping track. I'm keeping a very close eye on it. We're still looking at the state seal at the moment. Hang on, I'll just share it so everyone can see that I'm not full of it. Okay. What do you got? Every once in a while, I'll stick my head out the window, look up, smile at satellite for a photo. As Japan fully rebuilt the Navy? No clue.
Dillo on the seal?
I don't actually know. It looks very similar. Oh, looks like we have some great timing because it does sound like we've got some audio coming back as well. Mind you, I'm just hoping that the camera guy in this trial is better than the last one. Subs are up to 9.54. Really? Fantastic. Thank you, guys. I very much appreciate that. I really, really do. I very much hope he's back because the only other things that I had to talk about were the Perth Mint selling a bunch of diluted gold to China, and I don't think they want me talking about that. Glad we don't have the 3 cams at once. Really? I thought a lot of people liked how they handled that for the murder trial, honestly. Right. We lost Robot Chandler. Wait, what? Sent your clip of the prosecutor mouthing words.
Well, you know there's a
witness said them.
photographer in the gallery, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess we could go back. What's that?
Oh, is that why he's here?
Is that why who is here? Wow, thank you for sending me that clip, Overlink. That's insane, actually. That's right, really messed up, to be perfectly honest. So this is while they're still doing whatever they're doing, this is the clip from this morning from Vices that Overblink specifically taken out because
if a person's not bleeding, would we see this? Or is it, hold on, or is it after someone is bleeding?
So as he's talking, so as the witness is giving the answer, the DA's mouth is mouthing the words that are coming out of the witness's mouth.
Blood involved. So somebody would have to have blood on them in order to cause this.
And
interesting.
Based on what you see in this area,
I mean, there's knowing what your client is going. There's knowing what the witness is going to say. Then there's being able to do it word for word.
Opinion based on on your training and experience.
It's kind of like a stage mom.
Have to occur onto that bleeding surface.
My training would indicate 2.
And he covered his mouth at that
2,
time.
I should say, a minimum of 2. The first one.
Interesting.
Normally, when somebody gets struck a first time, that's what causes the bleeding.
Vices went Tim Pool on him in his chat. Fuck him. Vices went Tim Pool on who?
I don't know. You can hear me, right? Am I on?
Yeah, no, you're back. That's much better.
Sorry about that. I had a little tech glitch.
Yeah, that's very coached. Oh,
Yeah.
And we're back for the looks of it.
Ready to go?
That's Max of rehearsing lines before you testify. That's very weird.
Yeah.
Oh,
That seems like it prompts further investigation.
Let me know how the audio is, guys, and I'll try and whether or not I need to boost it or anything like that. Okay. Prosecutor has sled levels of confidence. Well, Sled's basically going to be my new yardstick for corruption. So.
Okay. Would you come down, please? Yep. Thank you.
Bring back lunchbox from Rittenhouse. Wouldn't that be nice? We'd all have a bit of a laugh. Speaking of which, why don't I never get kicked over? Flux, I got no idea, but you know where I am. And we had the one from Jacob's Proud Madre. Congratulations on the ride. Subscribers, Hayden, it's deserved. Chandler, I'm thoroughly enjoying all of your commentary. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
That is lovely.
And I have missed seeing you in chat, so it's good to see you again. And thank you very much for the generous super chat. The trial was set for 2 weeks, I believe, so partway through next week, we should be getting towards the end of it. There's a psychological condition called echolalia, which causes you to mouth other people's words as they speak back. That's why he covers his mouth so much? Possibly. Altogether possible. No idea if he's got anything like that, but apparently you only have to be incompetent to get a conviction, though, so that's nice and scary. Yeah. Miss the good old days when you had to be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
That was nice. I do miss that.
Catherine, as I mentioned in your comment, if you want to hear it without my commentary, feel free to go and sit over on the Law and Crime channel. That's entirely up to you. I'm here to give commentary.
Mr. Gravely.
Officer Van Wee, just a couple more questions about the apartment 1B scene. Did you at 1B take any fingerprint evidence personally?
Yes, I did.
And you call where you took fingerprints?
I fingerprinted the patio door, along with there was a bottle of Corona that was sitting by the TV stand and a bottle of water.
Can you indicate why, in your judgment, you decided to fingerprint the patio door?
Due to the patio door not having a lot of biological stains on it, it would have been a source also of possible exit or entrance.
And when you say patio door, do you mean the part facing the parking lot or the part facing the interior?
The parking lot.
And why did you choose the two bottles that you mentioned?
They were opened and they were just sitting out in the living room. So,
did you, you indicated previously that you had gone in a bedroom, is that correct?
yes, I did.
And did you focus any of your evidence collection attention, meaning actual collecting items, in that bedroom?
No, I did not.
Why?
The bedroom was unremarkable. There was no signs of any kind of evidence in there, no disturbance at all, so we did not focus on the bedroom.
Was there a window in there?
Yes, there was.
Why didn't you focus on the window?
There was no disturbance to the blinds or anywhere around the window.
Now, after taking a look at the apartment 1B scene, going through the processing of evidence that you have discussed, was it your role at 1B to collect any of the swabs, or did you just do the fingerprints?
I did the fingerprints and Officer Widener did the swabs.
And ultimately, did you participate in the look for evidence or search for evidence at a Mequon address, 6813 West Highland Road as well?
Yes, I did.
Was that on the 19th as well, or was that on the 20th of May?
That was on the 20th.
Okay, so if you are aware, did officers go on the 19th to that Mequon address?
I believe so.
But you were not present for that?
I was not present.
Okay. After having been at the scene that you described at 1B on the 19th, about what time on the 20th did you participate in any kind of search of that Mequon address?
It was midday, so I'd say around 12 or 1.
Had you showered in the meantime?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you say about whether you wore the same clothes on the 20th as on the 19th?
So change of clothes.
So on the 20th, when you arrived, did you go with a group of officers?
I did not.
Okay. When you arrived there, did you make observations and take some photographs as part of the observations you made?
Yes, I did.
Were you also involved in the collection of some evidence at that Mequon address on the 20th?
Yes.
I'm going to first ask you to take a look at Exhibit 1, Picture 254. Ask you recognize that in the context of May 20th.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a Dodge Caravan.
And was this a Dodge Caravan that you photographed while you were there on May 20th?
Yes, it is.
And did you also take note of at least some items within that particular vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Picture 321, again, Exhibit 1. Officer, are you the one? Is that another picture you recognize?
Yes.
What do you recognize that as?
The Audi vehicle that was at the property.
So this was a separate vehicle?
Correct.
Did you take the 2 pictures I've shown you thus far on the 20th, as best you know?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now going to show you what's been marked as Picture 261. And did you at some point look in the minivan?
Yes, I did.
And is this a viewpoint that was familiar to you when you looked in the minivan?
Yes, it is.
And what is that that's on the dashboard, if you know?
It's a receipt from Walmart.
Did you take possession of that
Yes, I did.
and put it in evidence?
Yes.
And if you recall, was it dated May 18th?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'm going to now show you what's been marked as picture number 262, again from the minivan. Do you recognize that being found in the minivan?
Yes, I do.
Is this again a picture you took?
Yes.
And based on the documents inside this item, whose wallet or billfold is this?
Mr. Anderson's.
Then I'm going to ask you to take a look at picture 263. Is that a viewpoint within the minivan that you took a picture of on May 20th?
Yes.
Is that the condition that the minivan looked like it was in when you took those pictures on May 20th?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at 258. Again, is this a picture within that minivan that you took on May 20th?
Yes.
Did you get inside the vehicle, move around in the vehicle to take any of these pictures?
I did not.
So how did you manage to take the group of pictures that you took that day?
From standing on the outside of the vehicle.
Now, did you also go inside the residence as part of the pictures you took?
Yes, I did.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at picture number 265. Just indicate to me, is this the way the residence looked when you and other officers were involved in searching the residence?
Yes.
In general, where is this located, if you know, within the residence?
On the back porch.
Then I'm going to show you what is listed as photo 266. Ask you, is that also an accurate reflection of what you saw at the residence?
Yes.
And where in the residence is this located?
It's on the first main floor.
Ask you to take a look at picture 267. Is that a picture of a view you recognize from the Mequon residence on May 20th?
Yes.
And what is that a picture of in terms of the area?
That's as far as my recollection, it's also on the first floor.
Okay. Now, is there a television mounted on the wall in this picture?
Yes, there is.
With a couch located on it as well, or by it?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture 270, and ask you if you recognize that picture.
Yes.
And where is that? What's the vantage point of that?
That picture is also on the first floor.
Is this again still that Mequon address on May 20th?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then finally, can you take a look at picture 297? And is that a picture of a viewpoint you recognize within that Mequon address?
Yes, it is.
Do those appear to be car seats? When I say car seats, I mean
They
seats
absolutely
that
are.
fit into a car as
I'm objecting all over the place about this.
to be able to provide extra seating in a car.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, the DA is being extraordinarily leading. It's a
Ultimately,
pattern.
Did you go out to the Mequon, on the Mequon address and take a look at the yard and essentially a fire pit at that residence?
Yes, I did.
And if you recall, on the 20th, what's your recollection of the weather on the 20th? On the 19th, you said it was rainy. What about on the 20th, if you remember?
It was not raining.
Okay. And had it rained multiple days before that, to your knowledge?
Yes.
On the 20th, I'm going to ask you to take a look at photograph 264. Ask if you recognize what that is again from May 20th.
That's the backyard of the residence?
And in this picture, can we see a long view of the fire pit?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so where is it?
It's right in the middle of the picture.
And where is the residence, the primary residence, in relation to this picture?
From where the picture was taken.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you photograph 272. And is that a close-up picture of something?
It's the fire pit.
Okay, so that's the same place closer up?
Correct.
When you got to the fire pit on the 20th in midday, what, if anything, did you note about its heat or fire or any of those kind of things?
There were still hot spots within the fire pit itself.
And did you, as part of your work, do some collection of evidence from any contents in the fire pit?
Yes, I did.
So what do you recall about what the operation was to try to recover items from this fire pit in the Mequon location, in the Mequon address?
On the 20th, on this day here, there was a few items that were visible that we collected from the fire pit. And we wound up having the Mequon Fire Department come out and lightly spray it down with water due to the fact of the hot spots. And then we wound up coming back the next day on the 21st with the Department of Justice to sift through the fireplace.
Okay, what I'm interested in right now is anything you can say was in essentially the top layer of materials. So things, I assume a fire is just like anything else, right? What's on the top appears to be the most recently burned. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay. So I'm interested in what is, so if you had to dig deep or manipulate deeply to see any items, I'd like you to be sure you tell us that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
As opposed to being surface items that are fairly readily visible in the upper levels. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm first going to ask you if within the fire pit, if photograph 273 is familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so again, is this something where anyone had to dig down deep, or is this on the surface levels, the top levels of this fire pit?
Those are on the surface level.
Okay, so what is first of all, if you could take the pointer again, right? Sorry, and if you could come up there and tell me what the white object is that's sort of in the center of this exhibit, which is Exhibit 273.
This white object here is part of a sock.
So I'm now going to show you on the overhead, first of all, Exhibit 188. This will take a second to switch over.
Look, for the most part, the defense has been pretty good. I think it's purely she's picking her battles in this. Also, I'm hoping that I've been quiet enough, people.
So, do you see Exhibit 188?
Yes.
Is that the same white object that we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
That's a close-up?
Yes.
Are you even better able to identify what that object is in this picture?
I am not.
The white object? No?
This, I believe this is a sock.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you another exhibit. What's the number?
191.
191. Does that appear to be the same object we just showed you?
Yes, it does.
And what is that?
It's a partially burned sock that has the word Hanes on it.
Okay. The word Hanes?
Correct.
H-A-N-E-S?
That's correct.
Okay. And was this in the fire pit itself with all the soot and et cetera that a fire pit has?
Yes.
Okay. The other item that we saw in 273, there was a blue item towards the top, near where the sock was. Were you able to see that as well?
Yes.
And when you saw that, were you able to identify ultimately what that was?
Yes.
What was it?
That was a label from a Lysol bottle.
Okay. Is Lysol a type of bleach?
Yes, it is.
All right. So now I'm going to ask that you take a look at picture 284. Tell me if you can identify 284 in the context of what we just said about 273. Is that the same object?
Yes, it is.
Is that a close-up of that object?
Yes.
And again, does it appear to be soot-covered, dirt-covered, or was in a fire pit?
Correct.
Okay. Then ultimately, did you also find some things that you believed were buttons in that fire pit?
Yes.
And were there multiple buttons?
Yes, there were.
So I'm first going to show you picture 189.
Let this be a lesson, people. Don't burn your garbage. People may try and convict you of murder.
Do you see an item that is a button in this picture?
Yes, I do.
Can you briefly describe where that's located?
It's on the surface of in the fire pit.
Okay. And ultimately, were some buttons then recovered by you?
Yes.
Were there close-up photos taken of some of those?
Yes, there were.
All right. I'm going to now show you what's been listed as 190, I believe. Is this again a picture of a button taken from that fire pit?
Yes, it is.
Now it's sooted and appears to have some damage on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you able to read the label of that particular button?
We determined it said Levi straw.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you, what's this one? 224. I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 224. Are those additionally buttons that were taken from this same fire pit at the Mequon address?
Yes, sir.
And again, are those were they soot-filled, damaged through the fire?
Yes.
And were you able to identify what label those buttons had?
Yes, you can see it says Levi's and then Strauss.
Were you able to find any other undergarment type clothing in the fire pit?
Yes, we were.
And what else do you remember finding?
Underwear band, you could actually see where it said Fruit of the Loom.
So I'm going to show you what's been.
Fruit of the Loom.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 282. Is 282 the underwear band that you were speaking of?
Yes, it is.
And ultimately, Fruit of the Loom could be read on there?
You can actually see the L and the O in here.
I can't see shit.
All of the evidence we've just talked about, did you collect all those pieces of evidence?
Yes.
On May 21st, were you back at the, you can sit back down. On May 21st, were you back at the Mequon address and working on evidence that may have been recovered from the fire pit?
Yes, I was.
And were there any other items that appeared to be possibly connected to footwear that were found in the fire pit that you at least
Objection leading.
What, if anything, did you find related to footwear in the fire pit on May 21st?
Found steel toes that would have been from steel toe shoes.
On May 25th, 2020, what, if anything, can you say you did regarding collecting evidence from any sinks at any locations?
I was directed by my supervisor to go both to the that's 3709 15th Street address and to the Mequon address to actually obtain the contents of the catches and all the sinks at both locations.
And did you do that to the best of your ability?
Yes, I did.
On May 27th, 2020, did you have occasion to attempt or to go to a address in Random Lake, essentially a tree farm, a larger tree farm?
Yes, I did.
And were you part of an effort that involved a number of agencies to look through that address for possible evidence?
Yes.
And pursuant to that, how long were you there on the date of the 27th in your estimation?
I was there for probably 5 or 6 hours at least.
Okay. And then on that same day, did you proceed back to the Mequon address to take samples from a particular item for possible testing as well?
Yes.
And what was that to your, to the best of your memory?
It was a sheet for a knife.
On July 29th, 2020, did you have occasion to go back to the Random Lake address? In other words, that large tree farm?
Yes.
And again, did you participate with multiple parties to, again, do a search of that property?
Yes.
In the 2 Random Lake visits, were you a person who was a primary evidence collector there, or did you simply have a role to be an assister of looking through what items there might be there?
My primary role is evidence collection.
Okay. Judge, I do have one other area that I'd like to inquire on, but I'd prefer to ask the court's permission before I did that. So it would take a brief moment for me to do that. Otherwise,
I'll come back to this.
included except for that one area that I wanted permission to go into.
I don't believe so, Tweety. I didn't think we had a body, actually, which is why they were claiming that it had been dismembered and all sorts of crap in the room, which makes little to no sense.
We have no body. None.
No. So, Caitlin, how would you ask these questions without leading? It's surprisingly not that difficult. For example, him saying, "What, if anything, did you observe?" You could just say, "Were there any items on the couch?" It's open-ended, but it's not strictly a leading question because it's not a yes or no question. Honestly, the whole "what if anything" is just incredibly lazy as far as I'm concerned. So,
that's what Natalie Wisco was saying on our stream as well.
Yeah, certainly makes a lot of sense to be saying that, because that's really what annoyed me about Elaine, was there were so many ways that she could have asked questions in better detail
first,
as well.
If you would, please do not.
Well, Judge Osterati kind of called her on that.
Yeah.
Natalie also said she thinks that the defense is picking and choosing her battles because there's a lot to object to, but she's trying not to appear, too overzealous,
Too
which I
argumentative.
understand. Which
Yeah,
makes
I get
sense
that.
because people already dislike her, unfortunately, even though I think she's a great attorney.
Mm-hmm.
And appearances matter. If you're a female attorney and you are representing a client who's accused of murder, you have to be very careful how you conduct yourself in the courtroom. People are going to nitpick everything that you do.
Yeah, optics are very important, specifically in high-profile cases like this, where there's significant issues on the line. So, Natalie's at work, as far as I'm aware. I think actually maybe I didn't send her a link. Probably should.
Yes, why don't you start from the beginning?
No, she did have a case that she was working on, I believe.
Again, in an ability to respond to the inadequate investigation, initial opening statement, as well as cross-examination of multiple witnesses, the state is asking that those things that were sent to the crime lab be able to be explained, and why they were sent to the crime lab be able to be explained. So in this case, at the Mequon address, during this search warrant on the search on May 20th, Officer Van Wee was alerted to a chainsaw found in a shed at that residence, as well as the cadaver dog hit on the fire pit and specifically on a fire poker, which had ash on it that appeared to be from the fire pit. And so both of those items were sent to the crime lab.
Good
having
God, a fire
employed
poker that has
the
ash on it.
cadaver
Case
dog to
closed.
give any indications or clues.
The
Neither
fire
of
poker
those
was
have blood
used
on them.
to
So
poke a
they
fire.
they did not end up being an avenue of inquiry that took us any further. But they certainly answer the question, did authorities do enough to investigate other alternative parties as well as this party? Did they employ all of the things that they could employ? And to describe them as sending a chainsaw and a poker to the crime lab without a reason why does not in any way inform the jury that this was an investigation that was thorough in that regard. So I didn't want to do it without bringing it up to the court first, and I have done that, and that's my reason.
So the state's common ask of the court to be able to bring in what's hearsay evidence because of the defense's opening statement is not rooted in any sort of authority. This is hearsay.
Look, not usually. I wouldn't
evidence,
expect
whether
it, honestly.
cadaver dog hit on something. Officer Van Wee was not the
It's
canine
jurisdictional.
handler.
Is
There
the
were
short
two
answer.
other officers who were involved in that, both from the Madison Police, Dane County, Madison Police Department. The state could have called them to testify if they so wished. I think that it is prejudicial because one, I would not be able to cross-examine this officer on one, whether those canine dogs were properly trained, whether they hold the proper certifications. Everything that I would normally cross-examine a handler on, I cannot do here. So it would basically be the state putting an argument in a question, and I would not be able to follow up on any cross-examination on that issue. So we have a confrontation issue into that regard. Additionally, I don't think it's necessary to establish that component in order for the state to question, did you obtain this evidence? Did you send it to the crime lab? What were the results? I don't see how this otherwise inadmissible information would need to come in.
Well, to be fair, he's leading a hell of a lot that was
Judge,
otherwise inadmissible.
We have a body of case law that says if you open the door, the prosecution is able to bring it up. Obviously, I'm not able to indicate that the cadaver dog has provided something that is proof that there was a cadaver in this location or not.
Because there
The
wasn't.
result of this was no blood was found. It simply indicates that why the officer chose these items. We have meticulously talked. Officer Weicker was on the stand. Weicker was on the stand for about an hour and a half, being asked about why he chose each separate item. Why each separate item was why he had or had not tested, or et cetera. I anticipate that to be the same cross of our detective here, who will be asked why each of the items he chose to send to the crime lab was sent to the crime lab. The honest and truthful answer is there was an indicator from a dog. It didn't result in anything, so it's a lead that did not end up doing anything. No one is going to be allowed to make an argument that the cadaver dog indicated, therefore this happened, or therefore there was a cadaver in this fire pit. We're not able to make that kind of argument. What we're able to do is
because there's no way in hell that the jury would make that inference from what
here's
you asked.
why they sent this particular item to the crime lab, and it doesn't have any investigative leads that end up happening. And just give you an example, Judge. State v. Harvey at 289 Wisconsin 2nd 222 is a case. It's not a direct case for sure, but it quotes what I think is the major case in Wisconsin, which is, or at least a major case, which is State v. Richardson at 246 Wisconsin 2nd 711.
Is
the jury present for this?
Officer can testify
No.
to what he
Good.
perceived with his own senses. That there was I understand he was there at the time, that the dogs were brought there, or dog was brought there, and he observes the dog behavior. If he can characterize that from the basis of his own knowledge, either as just as a layperson, or I don't think he needs credentials beyond that. He's not going to be able to say, well, it hit on the fact, even the fact that it's a cadaver dog, because that's going to be hearsay to him. But just that there was a dog, and the dog, we could discuss discussed the dog's behavior, and as a consequence, he took custody of the certain material and was sent to the crime lab. Period. I don't think he should be allowed to testify to what the result was, although you're not really offering it to prove the truth of what the crime lab said. But why he's not going to prove anything. So I think you start at the crime lab, period. You can explore it further if you want.
So
If I may be heard in response.
Yes, because he's itching to respond to that. So let's see.
which of us should go first?
Chief.
Okay.
So my first, Richardson, my understanding of it is that the opening of the door occurred in questioning when there was evidence being brought in. Opening statements are not evidence. You can't say that an opening statement opens the door to allow the state to try to introduce all of this.
I'll be right back. I got to get the daughter ready for daycare.
Well, again, it may escape the categorization of hearsay once the opening statement is over. And the opening statement can be the launching pad for that occurring.
The defense maintains the position, though, Your Honor, respectfully, that does not nullify the hearsay rules. There's literally no authority anywhere that says that if there's a statement made in opening statements, that then there's all these hearsay exceptions.
As I have said before, and I have apologized to the jury because the amount of otherwise hearsay type evidence that's coming in, it's actually concerning to me to have the jury hearing this amount of hearsay type evidence, except that it's not hearsay because it is not being, as a general statement, it's not being offered to prove the truth of what's asserted. So hearsay's off the table. If it's not offered to prove that, it's non-hearsay. Case closed. It's being offered to disprove what you told the jury the evidence was going to show.
But that still has to be done in a way that's in accordance with our evidence code.
I totally agree with you, except that when we categorize hearsay, it does not include a statement that an assertion which is not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And this is a perfect example. He's not offering any crime lab result. He's not going to be able to prove that this was or was not one thing or another.
So then
he's offering it for the exclusive purpose that this was part of his investigation.
So to that point, Judge, then the defense would inquire of whether the state intends on calling the crime lab analyst as to the results of this test and these tests, because if not, then this line of questioning would be wholly irrelevant.
Well, and that's a good point, and it would reopen the door to the inquiry as to whether it's being offered to prove the truth of what is asserted, although actually no assertion has been made other than it doesn't prove anything. Now that in itself, I think, is an assertion in some cases, but I'm not even going to touch that because I don't have to. I'm sure he's aware that that could have the effect of sending the jury into the library again. Okay.
So, our Officer Van Wee is his job there is to collect evidence, right? So he's informed about certain things. He's told to take evidence and collect it. We have a detective here who's going to indicate part of what we did at Mequon was we called in other agencies who have cadaver dogs, and so those cadaver dogs went through here. And when the cadaver dogs indicated on something, we took it. Those items were taken to the crime lab. I'm not aware of any item that a cadaver dog looked at that resulted in detection of blood.
Why are you going to need another witness to cover this ground?
Because there's two specific items here, and this detective, and so he's the only person who can say these two tangible items were taken. So the detective is not, he's not the hands-on guy who took the evidence from a location and put it in and packaged it up and sent it on. So the detective has only general knowledge of that.
My concern is that we are getting an enormous amount of information to the jury that, while it is not strictly hearsay, it's also the focus of this case has moved from the state proving its case, the state disproving the defense case. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I don't want to keep going over and over on these same things. So I hope that we don't spend a lot of time with a detective retracing the same footprints that the dog already.
My current intention is to ask 2 questions, and the court will tell me if this is a course it will not allow. I intend to ask this officer, did you focus and collect? Did you focus on and collect a poker and a chainsaw? Why did you do that? And then I'm done.
But no, then that literally calls for hearsay. That's inadmissible. Why did you do something? And my understanding is, Mr. Officer Van Ween, correct me if I'm wrong, but that he did not observe the dogs hit on the items.
Well, why he would do something would probably pull it out of the hearsay rule had it been there in the first place, because it's a statement of intent, plan, or purpose.
Why can't it simply just be, I was instructed to
You know what,
collect it?
I'm not going to advise him on what he can and can't ask. He knows I'm always here ready to pounce. So if he asks something and you object, then I'll give him my answer. Just on a more delayed basis. All right. Anything else?
No.
Ask the judge to come back in, please. All right, proceed.
Should I continue, Your Honor?
Please.
Officer Van Wee, what, if any, evidence did you collect regarding a chainsaw at the Mequon address on May 20th?
I collected a chainsaw.
Do you recall where that was?
It was inside a workshop.
And what, if any, evidence did you collect regarding a fire poker at the May 20th search at the Mequon address?
I also collected a metal pole that resembled a fire poker.
And where was that located?
Also in the workshop.
Why did it look like a fire poker to you?
It was metal, and then I had like burnt-in ash at the bottom of it.
And as the evidence collector at May 20th, why did you collect those 2 items?
Object calls for speculation.
I was informed to collect those.
Based on what information?
I'm going to object to hearsay and speculation.
If he's not permitted to testify as to what whomever gave him the direction to do it was thinking as to why, he can't testify to the command because it's a non-hearsay statement, not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. But
I was informed to collect those 2 items because a cadaver dog hit on those 2 items.
I'm going to object. That call is now for a conclusion. It's being offered for the truth of the matter. Ms. witness can, I'm asking that that be struck.
That portion that says a cadaver dog hit on the items is it's an historical fact, or what is claimed to be an historical fact, something that happened, so it becomes an assertion, and the person who made the statement, whoever it was asserting that the dog had done that. And he has not indicated he's got personal knowledge of that, so he's not allowed to relay that information to you. That is classical hearsay, so that objection is sustained. But I'm just striking that portion as to why he picked up the item. Any question?
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Judge. If I can just have a brief moment, because we're gonna have to change out the ports for the media so I can put things up on the screen.
Please.
Thank you.
I can see about testimony being problematic for the jury. If I were on that jury, I would ask, wait, a cadaver dog hit on a chainsaw and a fire poker? Wait, does that mean that there was a body? So striking it, I'm not sure if it's going to do very much. It will preserve the record, but I feel like she needs to address this in her cross, and she needs to do it successfully. This is going to be a little challenging.
Maybe a little bit more, sorry, Justin.
My understanding of the judge's ruling was that it could be discussed, but only in a particular way. It does feel a little dirty on the part of the DA.
Did you unplug it? No. There's something wrong with your connection.
Okay, let me know when you want.
Quite some time ago, in regards to your evidence collections and observations to the stain patterns and things of that nature at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. Before you go into that, you testified a lot today about the different types of impact, the different types of stain patterns, the impact, passive drop, cast off, those things, correct?
Yes.
And you had testified that you had 40 hours of course training that dealt with bloodstain pattern analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Besides that 40-hour course, what other specific training to bloodstain pattern analyses have you completed?
I've read text on my own as far as bloodstain pattern analysis goes, and I have experience in the field working with bloodstain patterns.
And Besides the 40, and I want to talk about the 40-hour course a little bit. You said that that was a course that basically anyone could attend.
It would be somebody involved in forensics in some part.
But any civilian could attend it too if they wanted to.
I don't know. I don't know if they have to be in forensics or not.
And so in the area of bloodstain pattern analyses, there are mathematical equations that go into analyzing stains, correct?
Correct.
That has to deal with the angles of the stains.
Yes.
And those angles can tell you the point of initial impact.
It can give you an area of, not the exact, because it's not exact science, but it can give you the area.
And it can give you approximately a height of where the impact was caused.
Correct.
And there's mathematical components to it. What training in mathematics do you have?
I have advanced geometry. I have advanced algebra.
Is that a college course that you took?
Yes, it is.
And do you have a PhD in science?
I do not.
And besides your 40-hour course, have you ever taught any courses on bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes.
How many?
I've taught 2.
And have you ever taught a more structured class?
Can you define more structure?
Sure. So let's go back a little bit. The 2 classes that you did teach, what were they like?
They were basic evidence courses for new evidence technicians on our department.
So they weren't only about bloodstain pattern analysis.
Correct.
So how many courses have you taught that have just been about bloodstain pattern analysis?
None.
And how many publications do you have as it relates to bloodstain pattern analysis work?
No publications.
And besides, in this case, you wrote a report on your findings as it relates to the stain patterns in this case?
That's correct.
Prior to this case, how many reports have you written on bloodstain pattern analysis work?
I've had bloodstain pattern as part of my reports through my whole entire career. I've never written a separate component of just a bloodstain pattern analysis report on its own.
So 0.
None on its own, but I've written plenty of times in reports on bloodstain pattern analysis.
But that's just more of your observation of what you viewed, not any firm opinions on the stains.
Correct.
So as far as firm opinions on stains viewed, prior to this case, you've never written a report to that extent.
Correct.
And how many times have you testified in court as an expert to bloodstain pattern analysis?
None.
You talked to the jury and to all of us about your course that you took. I've asked you a little bit about it. And you said that you took and completed that course in August of 2021.
It was in 2021, August, sounds about right.
And you were at the scene of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment in May of 2020.
Correct.
So at the time that you were taking these photos and observing the bloodstains in this case, you had not yet completed that 40-hour bloodstain pattern analysis course.
That's correct.
There we go.
So when you testified earlier about being at hundreds of crime scenes where there's blood present, in those hundreds of situations, you weren't testifying as an expert or acting as a bloodstain pattern analysis expert in those cases.
That's correct.
You had testified that when you
Welcome back.
arrived on May 19th,
Yep.
2020
Did I miss much?
at 3709 15th
Yes.
Street,
Damn it.
that you had talked to the lead detectives in the case.
That's correct.
To your understanding, who were those lead detectives?
Detective Korea and Detective Anschutz.
And you talked about how you entered the front of the residence, correct?
Correct.
And Jessica, if you'd be so kind to pull up Exhibit 1, Photo 2. Thank you. And so you said you walked in that front door, correct?
Yes,
And you talked about points of entry into the building and Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
yes,
You talked about the screen door to the right of that main door,
yes,
and there's also a window that went into Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
correct,
From being at the crime scene on May 19th, 2020, you're aware that there's also another entry into the main hallway of the building, correct?
yes,
And that's directly, if you walk in that main door, if you walk all the way back, there's another door that goes out the back.
correct,
And did you process any evidence there?
no.
Did you take any pictures of that exit or entry?
It's a common door area, so no, I didn't.
Okay. But it could have been a point of entry into that building, correct?
To the building, yes,
And because on the other side of that door is a green area, right?
yes,
And then up there's, and then after the green area, there's another parking lot, correct?
correct,
So it's accessible to go in and out that way into this building.
yes,
Thank you, Jessica, I don't need that one anymore. For a lot of the exhibits that we went through, I'm not gonna go through each and every one of them again. You talked about the vast majority of them being impact stains, correct?
correct,
And you had said and told the jury that that happens when something hits and something else that has blood on it, and it's the product of that action, correct?
yes,
And in your findings and in your opinion, you believed that that was consistent with blunt force trauma, correct?
yes,
And you'd agree with me that there's a very big difference between blunt force trauma and sharp force trauma, correct?
yes,
And blunt force trauma is more indicative, as you had mentioned before, being hit with something such as a baseball bat or a golf club, a hammer, you had said, correct?
that's correct,
Sharp force injury is going to be something more indicative of something that's sharp, right?
yes,
Like a knife blade,
correct,
a scalpel,
yes,
the blade of an, correct. Yeah, thank you, Judge. The blade of an axe.
correct,
Okay. And in your experience, and just your crime scene experience and looking and observing bloody scenes, you'd agree that sharp force impact produces a specific type of stain, correct?
yes,
And in this case, you did not see a stain that was consistent with sharp force injury, correct?
sharp force, knife wounds can actually cause drip stains, so there's drip stains on the carpet in that apartment, so like if somebody gets stabbed, blood can drip, gravity will pull that blood down to the ground, so.
But as far as the stains themselves, if we have someone, just an example, that slits someone's throat, that often will create a type of pattern that's very linear in appearance, correct?
As I mentioned earlier, it would, like an artery, if a major artery was cut, it would cause arterial spurt. So there's like a V pattern.
But it's going to be more in a straight line.
Yes,
It's not going to be the impact spatter, random dots that we see consistently throughout this apartment.
correct,
Those stains, as we stated before, are more in line with blunt force trauma.
that's correct.
And when you are doing a blood stain pattern analysis, can you explain to the jury a process called road mapping and what that is and how it can be helpful?
Yes. So road mapping would be taking each individual stain. So we looked at a whole lot of different stains. Road mapping would be taking each individual stain and use tape, like measuring tape, and put it around those stains and through those stains. So it would be for each individual, we would label those stains Then you also you go a little bit further and you pick random blood stains that have the directionality, that tail we talked about, and you would actually pick like a random amount, like 7 or 8 of them out in all different locations, and then we would mark those and label those.
And that was not done in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that can be helpful in determining sequence of events, correct?
Yes.
And better be able to explain what maybe happened at a place where we see these type of stains, correct?
It can give you the height, so you can after doing reconstruction on it, it can give you an approximate height of where a person was struck.
There were a lot of times where the state had asked you about whether the stains were indicative of more than one blow, and you said that there would be a minimum of one. Do you remember answering in that type of way?
Yes.
And you say a minimum of one because you really can't be sure.
In the photos, I didn't see any stains that were on top of stains, which would indicate 2. So because of the fact I didn't see any or directionality going in different places, because of that, I gave the word minimum.
But it could be more than one.
Correct.
Attorney Gutierrez, if you could be so kind to pull up Exhibit 66.
So we've established that this guy actually didn't have the proper training at the time that he entered the crime scene. He only obtained that training
For
after.
the record, having the state pull up Exhibit 1, Photo 66. You remember testifying at length about the blood splatter on that gray console table that stood about 3 feet high when you first walked into the apartment, correct?
Correct.
And this was one of the stains you talked about that was different from the impact stains that are seen on the front and top of that console.
Correct.
And then, Jessica, if you could just go to Exhibit 67. Thank you. And you also talked about the one that we can see to the right of the stain I was just referring to, that you two said that that's different from the impact stains that were on the front, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that the second one, it does appear that it is overlapping on top of that impact stain pattern, correct?
Correct.
So that would be indicative of that didn't occur at the same time that the impact stains had resulted on that console.
Correct.
And you also talked about how it's a different type of stain, so that could mean something different, right?
Yes.
And it's important to note what stains are different because it could be indicative of something else, such as a suspect being injured, and that could be from them, correct?
It's possible, yes.
And so it's important in evidence processing and technician that if you see an area where there's multiple different types of stains, that you should take a swab from each of those stains to determine if one could possibly be belonging to a suspect, correct?
It would be smart to do that, yes.
Okay, and in this case, those 2 stains that we see here on the media console that are different from the impact splatter were not swabbed, correct?
I do not know the answer to that.
You did not swab them,
Correct.
and you're not aware if any other officer did or didn't?
Officer Whiteheart conducted the swabs.
Okay. Then, if we could pull up Exhibit 77. This is State's Exhibit 1, Photo 77. This one, when you were testifying, you said that that was different than the other stains seen as well, correct?
It's a passive stain.
And passive, as you've explained many times, is just something falling from a bloody source.
Correct, for gravity.
So, well, I think there's always gravity, right? So the main thing is that it's a bloody, something that has blood already on it, right?
Correct.
And so it could be from an item, like if there was a bloody bag, right?
from anything.
It could also be if someone had been cut, could have dropped from that way as well.
It's the only drop in that area though, so I would imagine that it came from, if somebody was cut, that you'd have multiple drops in that area.
So you'd agree though that there were no other stains on the kitchen floor other than this one, correct?
Correct.
And that even on the floor, the carpet, as much as you could see, there weren't any other passive drop stains, correct?
In that direct area,
There was not.
there was
Yeah, I was going to hit on that. But
possible ones
Mm.
on that table, that little gray table.
Sure, but you'd agree this is behind the gray table in the kitchen.
Correct.
So I'm saying in that immediate area right there before the kitchen, there were not any other passive drop stains that you had observed.
That is correct.
Okay. And so did you swab this?
I didn't take swabs.
Okay. And you don't know if anyone else had swabbed that particular location?
I do not know.
And one of the things too, the state had asked you a little bit on passive drop stains. The size of the stain is indicative of how far away the source of that blood was from where you can see the stain, correct?
Yes.
And so you said you wouldn't be able to make that determination without doing without doing it in an experiment.
Correct.
So how many experiments did you do in this case?
Please say none, please say none, please say none.
Areas where you had passive drops, how far the item or individual would have to have been from the location that that drop was seen?
Again, I did not attend that school until after this, so I did not do any experimentations.
There it is.
There are no experimentations at all as it relates to the blood evidence in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And there are things that are available, such as reconstruction experiments.
Yes.
There's also experiments that you could do to determine potential weapons, correct?
Yes.
So an experiment you could have done was to determine what kind of weapon was done here, used in this situation, but that wasn't done, correct?
I can say that there has not been any blood reconstruction on my department in the 20 years that I've worked there.
And you don't have a murder weapon, correct? To be able to determine what caused the stains necessarily.
Correct.
On direct examination, you were asked about a latex glove that was found in the bathroom.
Yes.
And did you swab, or do you know if that was swabbed or sent to the crime lab?
I do not.
Did you take it into evidence?
I collected for evidence, yes.
Okay, did you see blood on that glove?
I did not.
And so we see all this blood in here. Even if someone was wearing gloves, based on the blood stains that we can see,
I haven't yet.
it's highly probable, in your opinion, that there would have been blood on the gloves of the assailant.
Objection seems like it would be speculative.
The amount of blood that you see here, is it likely or is it possible that some of this blood would have wound up on the individuals who were inside of that apartment?
Yes.
And in your experience, if there's gloves, if you wear gloves, and there's blood on a glove, if you're touching surfaces, there could be transfer stains, correct?
Objection. The evidence is that this glove had no detectable blood on it, so it's hypothetical of a fact, not in evidence in this case.
My understanding is the state's offering Mr. Van Wee as an expert, so I can give him a hypothetical question.
If it's relevant.
Correct. And if the state's going to continue a theory that the assailant in this case was wearing gloves, I think that would be relevant. They've opened that door.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You can answer the question if you remember.
If somebody had blood on their glove hand and would touch the surface, there would be transfer stains from that blood.
And you didn't see any transfer stains from what appeared to be a hand or anything in this particular case?
Correct.
I would
There
be
were
too at this
points where
point.
you talked about specific patterns. We saw it on primarily, I think where you were talking about it was the white tables that were close to the patio door, and you said that that type of pattern could be indicative of really one or two things: that aspiration missed, or that resulting from a gunshot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you had said that there was no evidence of a gun being used. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that? That there was no evidence of a gun being used in this case?
So if a gunshot actually goes all the way through, so perforates somebody, that doesn't just penetrates, it goes in and stays in. If it perforates and goes in one side and exits the other, it's gonna, first of all, the bullet's gonna travel and strike somewhere else in that apartment. So on a wall or a piece of furniture or something. There was no evidence of any bullet strikes in that residence. And also, we didn't recover any shell casings, anything related to gun evidence in that apartment.
So I want to walk through that a little bit. So you're aware, you've obviously been an officer for a very long time. You're aware that there are different types of bullets, correct?
Correct.
And there are some bullets that when they make an impact into an individual, they expand or explode in an individual, correct?
Correct.
So if a bullet like that was used, then you wouldn't necessarily find a bullet hole because it wouldn't have gone out of a person, correct?
Right, that's why I said if it penetrates and doesn't perforate.
So there are situations where a gun can be used that you wouldn't have that clean cut through and then see a bullet hole or any indication of any bullet fragments in a room, correct?
If a bullet does not exit a person, then stays in the person, and someone either collects their shell casing or uses a revolver, we would not have evidence of issue.
So just so we're clear then, in situations a gun could be used and it's possible then you wouldn't find evidence of fragments or a hole in a wall.
Correct.
Then you talked, I think you just mentioned it right now, about a revolver, but there are types of guns that you wouldn't produce a casing, or a casing wouldn't be ejected from a firearm, correct?
Correct.
The revolver was one of them because after it's shot, the casing stays in, I don't know the proper term on a revolver, in the cylinder, yes, correct?
Yes.
So just because there aren't casings found at a scene does not mean that a gun was not used, correct?
Correct.
And there's also mechanisms that can be used to silence the sound of a gun, correct?
Yes.
So then perhaps neighbors wouldn't hear a gunshot in a normal way that people think, oh, I heard a gunshot.
Correct.
Some silencers can sound like a thud, correct?
Yes.
All right. So now looking at the fact that there are cases where guns are used where you wouldn't find casings, people wouldn't hear gunshots, and there are no recovered bullets or fragments, it could be that the pattern you observed on that table was a product of a gunshot.
No.
Why are you saying no?
It would have to be a perforating injury to lead that. It would have to be exit. So you have forward spatter and you have back spatter issues. If somebody gets shot and the entry wound will produce what's called back spatter, it'll come back towards the gun. And it doesn't have an impact pattern stain like is observed on that table. In order to produce that, it would have to exit out the back. So that bullet would have traveled all the way through that person and then struck something else in the apartment. So that would give us evidence of a gunshot.
Okay. So then it's aspiration missed.
It's either aspiration or it's an impact pattern. It's just, it looked to me and Officer Wider that pattern observed was different. It was smaller than what I observed in other places in the apartment.
So you can't be sure as it relates to that pattern.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, aspiration mist would have saliva in it.
Seats Exhibit 1, photo
You'd have to test the blood.
139.
Yeah, absolutely.
So in this
So do we
picture,
have to call
remember,
somebody
you
to
had
testify?
explained to the jury that these dots that we see
Bad
are
expertise.
passive drops, correct?
Yes.
There's also, though, what appears to be some sort of smearing pattern in this picture, correct?
Correct.
So if you don't mind, I hate to make you get up, but if you could use that nice pointer stick and show the jury where you see that smearing pattern.
So in this area here, around this area.
Okay, thank you. And you can sit back down. And can you explain to the jury what a smear pattern indicates?
Not actually, it wouldn't be a smear pattern. Smear has a totally different terminology as far as in blood stain pattern analysis. I reserve comment on that stain in particular. They have the appearance of transfer stains for blood, like if somebody's clothes has blood on it and it rubs against an area like carpet like that. That's the appearance that it has to me, but I did not give an opinion on that, just based on the fact that I'm not positive on it.
Okay, so it's either a smear or a transfer.
Can't be a smear.
It can't be a smear, so you're saying it could be a transfer.
Correct.
Could this be in your experience? Could this be an indicator
We'll come back to
of
this
a
one.
potential struggle between two people?
It's possible.
If we could pull up State's Exhibit 1, photo 145. The void, you remember testifying about that?
Yes.
Okay, and
Strong, you
so
poor bastard.
there's in that pool of blood, you observed the blood yourself.
Yes, sir.
And was it still wet?
There was areas of dampness.
Okay, so it wasn't completely dry.
Correct.
And so in this area where we can see the line and on the left, so the left of the square or the rectangle, the void that we see, you see that there's this blood that goes into the void, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain that, how that would have happened?
Through saturation, or that object or that area carpet could have been also moved with something still right there causing blood to continue to pool up.
Okay. And from what you can observe here in the void, there would, in your opinion, if there was a rug there and we see this void, is it likely that there was blood on that rug?
Yes.
No shit, Sherlock.
And I want to talk back in context of this and passive drops and impact stains. It's possible that if you have a bloody item, it doesn't have to be a body or anything like that, and you throw it up against something, that too could produce impact stains, correct?
You're gonna have to repeat that, sorry.
Sure. I guess have a bloody balloon,
Okay.
right? I don't actually, but you know, this is just the hypothetical. I have a bloody balloon. I throw it up against this table and it hits the speaker. In that situation, the impact could be caused from this non-human, non-person item, correct?
It's gonna be transfer from the blood on the balloon onto the desk. It's not gonna be impact.
No, not if it hits the speaker and let's say there's an imaginary wall in front of counsel table, there could be impact spatter from that point of impact, correct?
It's impact spatter has to have a certain speed. So what you're talking about, that scenario you're talking about, there's no way unless you're throwing that balloon over 25 feet per second, that's gonna leave impact spatter.
Okay, so impact spatter is only going to be produced when you have some sort of, not high velocity, but there needs to be a significant amount of velocity.
Correct.
So there's also a physics component then to blood stain pattern analysis?
Word it like that.
Okay, do you have any physics training?
I do not.
Okay.
If you could pull up exhibit, I believe it's 162. This is, it's really small, hard to see, but the cast off pattern on the ceiling.
Yes.
And so cast off, I think you explained it, but I just want to be clear, is when you have an item that has blood on it, and then when it's moved, that item produces the cast off.
Blood would come off that item as it's flung?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And so previously you had mentioned a baseball bat.
I give a few different examples as to what could cause that.
So let's use the baseball bat example. If there's blood on a baseball bat, it could produce cast off.
Yes.
And the state had questioned you about the stains that were observed on the seat of the couch, the saturation stains.
Yes.
And there had been some mention of the multiple different ways that it could be caused. And one of the ways that you talked about was if there was some sort of cut to an artery. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
But arteries can be basically cut from blunt force trauma as well, correct?
It could happen, yes.
Okay. And if there's something being used that, let's say, is wooden in material and is starting to shard off, and you have pieces of exposed wood, that impact could cause damage to an artery, correct?
Yes.
And there's different points. Your artery is not just in your neck, to your knowledge, correct?
It's not just in your neck.
Okay, so there's other areas of a body that could be that could cause an arterial injury other than the neck and area.
Yes.
Okay. And so I want to then go to the if we could get exhibit 71. So this was the piece of wood that you had found that had blood and a potential hair or fiber on it, correct?
It looks like there's a couple of them. It looks
Okay. You said there's a couple of pieces of wood?
correct.
There was some wood on the couch too, correct?
Correct.
So based on that, based on this presence of wood, the presence of wood that's been saturated with an amount of blood, did you come to any opinion on those findings?
The opinion would be assumed by anyone that if we have wood splinters and we have impacts that are on walls, that somebody was hit with a wooden object.
Okay. If we could pull up exhibit 1, photo 203. You had testified that there was what appeared to be impact stains near the air conditioning unit and on the vertical blinds, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't swab those because you weren't swabbing, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of any officers who swabbed those areas?
I do not know if Officer Weiner did swab that area or not.
Okay. And you would agree that these were pretty, I don't want to use the word remote, but they were pretty far away from other stains that you had observed, correct?
At just about every wall, like the living room, like so that's the north wall. I mean the east wall right next to it has impact fire stains, and then you have the door over there. So I mean it's not far off from other areas that have impact fire stains.
But the table that was right there, the white tables, those could have been possibly moved, correct?
Which table?
The white tables,
Objection. Calls for speculation whether a table could have been moved.
I can rephrase it, Judge. I'll just rephrase. The white tables that had like the rocks and the remotes that you observed.
Sorry, I just had to do a little bit of actual lawyering, so
potentially
I had to split my
aspiration
attention for
or
a second there.
impact stains. You don't know if that table was there at the point of impact, correct? in that location.
Correct.
And if we could have exhibit 1, photo 218. Did you observe any stains on the item behind the couch where we see the saturation stains? I think it was,
No,
and there was nothing directly behind there, correct?
there's no stains observed behind there.
So did that play into your analysis at all? The fact that behind where those saturation stains are, there was no impact or any type of stain patterns observed?
There's impact right above. You can see it in that picture.
Right above the tire?
Correct.
On the wall?
Yes.
And so is it, in your opinion then, that the blow that caused the saturation stains or whatever caused the saturation stains produced the stains that were observed on that back wall above that tire?
Can you ask that one more time? I missed. I apologize.
The blow, what you observed there, the stains on the couch and the stains on the wall, is that indicative of one event?
No.
Okay, so there could have been more events in that area.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. You had testified about a shoe mat in the living room area that had been moved at some point,
Skin
correct?
like that strong?
And you knew it had been moved because there was patterns behind that?
Yes.
Did you or anyone, if you know, swab that shoe mat for DNA?
I do not know.
Did you observe any shoes in the apartment?
I can't recall at this point.
Do you remember reviewing a video of the crime scene that officers had made?
Yes.
And do you remember from that video, and that was a video that was taken, to your knowledge, immediately when officers arrived, correct?
It was one of the first things we did after we conducted an initial walkthrough.
But you didn't change anything or touch anything after that initial walkthrough, before you took the video?
Correct.
Because you wanted to take the video to preserve the scene as it was at that time upon arrival.
Correct.
And you remember that the lights were turned off when that first entry was made, correct?
Yes.
That there were no lights on in the apartment.
I do not recall there were any lights on the apartment.
I believe he was coaching minor league, so I would assume wood bats.
Did I miss anything good?
I don't believe so. I kind of zoned out myself because I had to do some work, but it's mostly just her. I mean, this testimony is not as compelling as someone said it in chat as well. I was really hoping that she'd be tearing him apart more on this. It's really been, she's taking slow sort of death by 1,000 cuts tactic as opposed to big hits to him.
So I'll be up and make
It's respectable.
for a little while. And I think you were unless you
Can you only give memberships if you're a member, or have you got gift memberships switched off? No, gift memberships are definitely turned on. We have quite a few people in chat that are very, very generous with their gift memberships. I'm not 100% sure what the issue would be there. Sorry about that.
2020, you responded to Mr. Anderson's home and you were instructed to take photos of the Dodge Caravan, correct?
Correct.
And you had noted that you observed a small reddish stain above the steering wheel, correct?
Yes.
Pretty sure you have to be a member. Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
And then on
Learned something
the
new.
driver's side rear panel, above where the carpet was cut out, you observed another small reddish dried substance, correct?
That's correct.
And then on the cloth interior roof of the driver's side rear, you also observed a small reddish dried substance, correct?
Correct.
And then you had gone through the rest of the property and taken photos of other items that you believe to be of evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
And do you remember observing a bottle of bleach in the inside back, towards the inside back door?
Yes, I do.
Wait, so if you have to be a member, does that mean I have to sub to my own channel just to be able to give memberships to people? What the hell? Let me have a look.
Showing you what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 155.
Andrew, thank you for
Was
dropping
that
the
the
membership,
bottle
and I
of bleach
apologize to
observed
anyone
on Mr. Anderson's
who dropped
property?
any this
Yes,
morning. I
please.
didn't notice.
Okay.
Apologies.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 156. Was this the same bottle?
Yes.
Close up?
Correct.
Okay, and you'd agree that there's a lot of dirt and dust on top of the bottle?
You can see some dirt on the bottle, yes.
Okay, and it might be better, sometimes this doesn't produce the best image. If I hand you the exhibit, on the lid of the bleach bottle, do you see dust?
Yes, I do.
And it seems to be undisturbed, correct?
For the most part, yes.
Indicative that that bottle has been there or somewhere collecting dust for some time prior to
No,
the
I'm
DQ
subbed. I'm not a
permit.
member to my own channel. What am I going to do? Pay myself the monthly fee?
Dust, what duration dust constitutes, including some time, seems a little speculative.
I can rephrase. In your day-to-day experience as a human being, this amount of dust wouldn't be from 2 days, correct?
Same objection. Depends on
Well,
where you are, et cetera.
it is, I think it would not qualify as an expert opinion, any more than I would have guessed that it was 100 years to get that grime up there on Abraham Lincoln's words. He's giving an estimate that every one of you is just as capable of giving. But of course, whether there's grime on the bottle, you can put that on the shelf for 100 years under the right circumstances. It would be pristine and under certain humidity conditions and
No,
wind
thankfully
and
I didn't have to sub to
dust,
myself to do that.
keep it quite grimy. So I'll let him answer, but your personal experience is probably as informative as. But he actually saw it. Go ahead.
You can answer.
Okay. There's dust on top of that bottle. I don't know where that bottle's been or if it's been in an environment where dust was moved around and went on top. I can't attest to the amount of time it took for that dust because I don't know what environments it's been in.
Okay. Do you remember if this bottle was full, empty? Do you remember any of that?
I remember there's fluid.
Sorry for
in it.
being generous.
Okay.
Mind you, where are we sitting on the subs? Oh, thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. No, thank you. And thank everyone for being here and watching with me. I'm aware that I'm not necessarily everybody's cup of tea, but if you have enjoyed this coverage and you do occasionally sit down and watch some of my regular content where we take the piss out of anything and everything law and laughter related, then please feel free to remember to hit that subscription button, okay? Because we're getting damn close to the 10K mark.
Package items as well?
I did.
Okay. So I'm going to hand you, I think this actually needs to be marked. Is it not marked? We did not mark any things.
Oh, yes, that's true. Remember to have accepting gifts on.
If Jeff were here, he'd do the whole "what's in the box" bit
Anderson
from
marked
Seven.
his defense at 233. If you could just
Surely they're not going
inform
to.
the jury what's in that box.
I want to know what's in the box.
I did yesterday,
What's in the
Sovereign.
box?
This
What's
is
in the
Clark's
box?
speech about it.
Okay, and that you collected that we just saw in defense exhibits 156 and 155.
You're welcome.
If you could please open that.
Sure.
Aw.
I've got to go in a bit, but I want to see what's in this box. I'm curious.
Yeah, no worries.
How late did they do court today?
For the I think yesterday or on Friday they went for about an hour after you left, and he finished at 4:30 as well. So
All right.
wow, we are sitting at 9,601 people, 399 more subs until 10K.
Oh my god, that's so close. Subscribe, everybody. What are you waiting for? Exactly. Now I'm gonna try to stick around.
Okay. GG, subscribe because of the accent. Fabulous.
Hey, whatever reason, you know.
Yeah, whatever works.
It is a good accent.
You're already a member. You don't need the gift. You might have a legacy or brand account, unfortunately, so you won't get one, sorry.
Okay, if you want to just put it here, and from picking it up and holding it, how full would you say it is?
It's full.
Completely?
Yes.
Okay, did you want to open it to see if the seal's been broken?
You want me to?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
I was not able to tell if the seal on there broken at all, but
Okay. But and from looking into it, you don't have to put your face all the way up to it. It's completely
see
full.
the liquid up there.
Okay.
We can't hear you. I'm sorry.
You can see the liquid up to where my finger's at.
So there's a little bit,
He's indicating with his finger.
about 2.5 inches down.
Down from the very top of the container.
Exactly.
And I didn't hear the answer about whether the seal had been broken. I'm sorry. Might have missed it.
I didn't notice the seal broken out when I opened it.
Okay.
Thank you. You can just put it back in the box if you don't mind.
Sure.
Just keep it there. Okay, so back to the Dodge Caravan. I want to show you it's been marked as Defense Exhibit 63. And again, the Elmo's not that great, but this is what you observed and took pictures of, correct?
Yes.
And so do you see the stain that you were referring to?
In this picture, I don't.
Oh, shoot. Thank you for the 5 memberships.
And if you
Appreciate
need
that.
to look at the actual photo opposed to what's on the screen, but you'd agree that the dashboard is quite dirty and dusty, correct?
Yes, I see there's what appears to be dirt on it.
Okay, and if I hand you the picture, because I think you can better see it,
Okay.
does it appear to be dusty as well?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 64. Do you see the stain that you were referring to in this photo?
I believe I do.
Okay, if you don't mind going up and pointing it out to the jury. Okay. And this picture too also shows the dust and other items on the dashboard, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to pull up what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 135. This was a trailer camper that was on Mr. Anderson's residence property, correct?
Yes.
And that was searched?
Not by me, but I'm sure it was searched.
You took photos of it though, right?
Correct.
When you took photos of it, you didn't find anything of evidentiary value in that camera,
Thank you, Robert
correct?
Lawrence, for the Overlaw'd membership that went to Savita Untethered.
Showing what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 136. This was the dumpster and other items, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't, when you were taking photos, you did not find anything of evidentiary value, correct?
Join a
My
gifted
recollection,
membership.
nothing
Took
was
the money, but I haven't
paid out.
seen the membership yet. Oh shit.
I'm sorry, what exhibit was that? I'm so sorry.
Sure, no, it's fine. It was 136, Defense Exhibit 136. No problem.
Okay. Well,
And then the state showed you other pictures of Mr. Anderson's home or property. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 140. You took this photo, correct?
It appears so.
And
I've starred your message, and
it
I'll
was
look into
clear
that.
from when you were taking photos that that property was under some sort of contracting work.
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 141. This is just another photo of the contents of that dumpster, correct?
Yes.
And this was before other officers started emptying it, correct?
Correct.
You took photos throughout that whole process,
No.
just the beginning and the end?
Correct.
Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 143. This was an area that also had remnants of some sort of reconstruction project, correct?
Yes.
You didn't locate any items of evidentiary value when you were taking photos of this area, correct?
And I didn't do the searching. I was just doing the photograph.
Well, I mean, they tried
You
to bring it
weren't
in
asked
when they
to
were talking
photograph
about him
anything specific
growing
in this
marijuana and
area.
stuff, and about whether or not he paid his taxes on it. So it was an attempt
I'm
at
going to show you
financial
what's been
crimes.
marked as Defense Exhibit 144.
We just didn't
This
get
was
there.
also on Mr. Anderson's property, correct?
Yes.
And you were instructed to take photos of it, right?
Correct.
But you weren't told to take any items of specific, photos of any specific items.
Correct.
State had also shown you some pictures of the Audi, showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 157. You took this photo of the Audi.
Yes, I did.
When you were taking photos of the Audi, did you observe anything of evidentiary value?
No, I did not.
No bizarre stains?
Of course not.
No.
No bizarre stains. Sorry, Madam Reporter.
Bizarre, is that the word?
Bizarre,
Yeah,
Bizarre stains.
as opposed to a
normal stain.
normal
Yeah.
stamp.
You didn't observe any human remains in that car, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't observe any murder weapons in that car, correct?
No weapons.
Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 158, just another angle of the Audi, correct?
Correct.
Again, nothing of evidentiary value that you saw.
I did not see anything of evidentiary value.
Another angle, 159, correct?
Yes.
Actually, that's a good point. Hang on.
Defense Exhibit 160, this is the content of the trunk in the Audi.
Yes, it is.
Again, you did not observe anything of evidentiary value, correct?
Correct.
Defense Exhibit 161, back passenger side of the Audi, correct?
Yes.
You did not observe anything of evidentiary value.
Correct.
Defense Exhibit 162, the complete back seat of the Audi, nothing of evidentiary value, correct?
Correct.
When you were in Mr. Anderson's van, you had processed some items in there for evidence, correct?
I never went inside his van, so
When you were taking the photos,
I didn't go inside the van.
did you take any did you take any paperwork out of the van?
I personally didn't, but paperwork was taken out of it.
Okay.
Not a lot yet.
And you remember that was in evidence in the property was labeled as miscellaneous paperwork?
It's possible.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 154. Does this appear to be the paperwork, to your knowledge, if you know, that was taken out of Mr. Anderson's van?
She's doing a damn good
Talking
job.
about originally
Jennifer,
from the
honestly, she's
scene,
doing a
or
damn good
talking
job of
about
dealing with him.
go back into the glove box, into the underneath seat.
You have to tell me.
Because I was sent back to.
This morning hasn't been great.
We took stuff.
Just been this
out
guy on the stand so far.
In Mequon, and then I got sent back there in, I think, July or sometime later on to go obtain evidence from underneath the driver's seat drawer. I think that was at your request. So.
This would have been from the first time.
Okay. So.
Oh, for God's sakes. Really?
That is paperwork that was handed to me.
This paperwork is handed to you.
Correct.
Okay. And that was Defense Exhibit 154. When you were at Mr. Gutierrez, actually strike that before I go there, you had observed did you observe the fire pit that was excavated at the tree farm?
Did Chandler?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 70. Can you describe what this is for the jury?
That is a large fire pit that's located in the tree farm in Random Lake.
Okay, and this red tape, can you explain to them why that's there?
The Department of Justice set up sectors through that entire fire pit so that you could label each sector with.
And why on earth will we get our heads out of the gutter? It's half the reason that I'm here.
So that when stuff is taken out of that area, we can say it came out of from A or B or C or section C, D or so on.
So you'd agree this is a very methodical process?
Yes.
And I'm going to zoom in here.
There's a lot of people that have
Can you
issues
explain
with
to the
that.
jury what those green buckets are for?
Ordinarily, you'd be relying on a hell of a lot of circumstantial evidence, and they just don't have it,
Contents
in my
from
opinion.
the fire pit. So each green bucket was labeled with a corresponding sector from that the contents came out of.
And to your knowledge, they took all of the contents out of this burn pit. If you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, it's not that I don't know. They took everything up down to where you're seeing it right now.
Okay.
So
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 71. You'd agree that this is just another angle of that burn pit process.
correct.
And Defense Exhibit 72, another photo of the burn pit at the tree farm with the buckets.
Chicken.
Yes.
And Defense Exhibit
No.
74.
Not in
This
my
is before
opinion.
Or after, if you know that the grid system was put up.
That's after.
But what's that saying from? Was it Spock or Sherlock that said it? I think they both said it, referencing each other. The whole thing about once you eliminate all the logical possibilities, the illogical must be the only thing left, or something along those lines. And that's really how you get around the lack of reasonable. Sorry, that's how you get around beyond reasonable doubt with circumstantial evidence. Is if it's the only theory and it's supported by circumstantial evidence, then it's enough. Occam's razor, thank you. Is this one Gosney's fault too? Maybe. So from the sounds of it, we're having a 10-minute break. Yes, please, for God's sakes, people. I generally try and only ask once a show, but we're so damn close to 10K. So. Oh boy, isn't even dead. Well, may well not be. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, is the truth. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you bringing... Okay. Okay. Why do I not have access? So I was trying to have a look up what was going on in Georgia, and I just tried to access something, and it's telling me that I don't have permission to review it. But apparently, mugshots and arrestee info has been added. Hang on. Maybe if I change this to Georgia Antifa, something about a protest that was subverted or some shit like that. March 5, 2023, a group of violent agitators used the cover of a peaceful protest for the proposed Atlanta Public Safety Training Center 2 to what? Why can I not access that? You stay away, I'm doing Atlanta after. Just for the fuck of it. Let's have a look, see what they've got. I guarantee you're not going to look at the same sources I do anyway. Which, guys, for anyone that isn't aware, after this stream, I'm going to be shifting everybody across to Mighty Meat's channel. He is going to be looking at what happened in Atlanta, Georgia, and with Antifa and all that sort of stuff. So I would suggest that you stick around. Barbie, you might as well send that across to Mighty. I'm not going to be a dick. I'm not going to step on his toes for that. Covered that. Is she coming off as smug at all, or is this your glowing in your opinion? I think it's a little bit of both. I think that she is being a bit smug in the way that she's asking questions, but I think that's because she knows exactly how well her cross-examination is going. As I said before, she hasn't really got in the big hits. This is death by 1,000 cuts. She is tearing apart his credibility a shred at a time, so that by the end of it, the jury's not going to believe anything that's said on redirect either. I'm not a blood splatter expert, but my deer track knowledge tells me there was a slicing wound, and the slicey was moving, dropping blood from the wound. That is more or less something that's very similar to what I'm thinking, honestly. It seems to me as if there was I don't know if maybe it was a head injury. I know that a lot of people have been suggesting that. The wife, when I discussed this with her, she seemed to disagree, saying that if it was a head injury, more likely than not, with the amount of blood, that it may be a catastrophic injury. But I said to her, well, that's fine, but there's still a possibility that it wasn't. Because to me, that's really the only thing that makes sense with the blood that is on the couch, is that they've hit their head, there's a bit of blood, maybe they were unconscious laying there for a while and that's why it's pooling. Then they've gotten up, sat on the couch, taken the wallet out of their pocket because they're uncomfortable. And I know if maybe from there they've gone, okay, I need to get up and leave, and they've walked out the door, leaving potentially the blood splatter behind if they've, I don't know, shaken their head or, flicked their hands. Any number of things could have happened. The trouble is, people, we're not looking at beyond reasonable doubt at this stage, okay? There are so many other plausible explanations to this guy killed this guy with we don't even know what, because we don't have a murder weapon, we don't have a body. For all we know, he could be sitting on a beach earning 20%. Sorry, had to. So there's that. Okay, got that one pinned so I can investigate that later. I will come back to that mad cow mark, and I'll have a look at that after the stream. On my farm, I have everything a sled team needs to charge me with murder. Mr. Starrow did it with a scythe in the barn. We found the bleach. Oh, so that's kind of top-notch crack work, isn't it? This would be my absolute worst nightmare. Having a great lawyer pick apart the work I did would be awful. I feel like she's nailing him. Yeah, she is. And that's what I said. Death by 1,000 cuts. She is basically sitting there picking everything that he's done apart, because a lot of it was stuff that he didn't actually do himself. A lot of it was, I've looked at photos that other people have taken, I've looked at other bits and pieces, and it's like, okay, that's fine, but you're not an expert to be speaking on any of this, which makes no sense. But thank you very much, Jennifer, for your super chat. Now, there was a whole bunch of chat there that I just skipped over. Where are we? Hello, paywall, my old friend. Yeah, I know, right? What happened in Georgia? Apparently, some sort of mob broke into a construction site for new Cop City site. But anyway, that's, like I said, I'm going to leave that for Marty to sort out. So we're still talking to his baby mama, had a girlfriend and also a third side chick. He's Hispanic, might have moved to New Mexico with a new family. Blood stuff was just from telling the girlfriend. That's a possibility as well. Maybe the girlfriend got into an argument with him. And maybe that's why she's the one sitting in the audience going, and just like really stoic faced or some shit. I don't know. Would have a hard time finding anyone guilty on circumstantial evidence. Be interesting to see what percent of the death penalties are convicted on it alone. Personally, I would hope that not a single death penalty case has ever been decided on circumstantial evidence alone. What's the motive for the murder? That's a damn good question as well. Yep, I've got it, Stingy. Thank you very much for that. The state snitching. The state snitch is saying the defendant stabbed him. The expert is saying blunt impact. Yeah. Oh no, we were never giving any sort of credence to what the testimony from the guy in jail. I'm sorry. The first thing that popped into my mind when Vice said that they were having someone from the prison testify was that is going to be completely it's going to be complete bullshit. Now, for anyone that was watching the Triple X trial with me, which I'm going to go back to after this, but for anyone that was watching that with me, the reason that I gave credence to Cheeseburger's testimony was he was directly involved. He knew circumstances. It was not a circumstance of this guy was sitting with me in prison and he told me this, and this. Because no one's going to do that. Not in today's day and age. The fact that they've got a supposed state snitch in this instance for a reduced sentence reeks of opportunism. I was not quite sure what I was going to say after opportunistic, but anyway. Well, caught at first, he said he didn't get the training until after the crime. Yes. Congratulations, buddy. You went and did a 40-hour course after the fact. Helpful. Why did you ask about a gun? Just throwing a little extra doubt in there. Heads bleed a lot. Yes, they do. Who stabs someone in the head? They don't, which is why I still think that my suggestion that he's walked in, tripped on the corner table on the way in, fell down, hit his head on the corner on the coffee table, maybe like a graze across the side of his head. He's landed, blood's pooled. He's been unconscious for a couple of minutes, so the blood's continued to seep into the carpet. He gets up, sits back on the couch. Blood that's now matted in his hair is on the couch. Pulls out his wallet, goes, shit, I need to go to the hospital. Gets up, walks out. But anyway. Has the DA been an arsehat today? Look, less so than usual, but mainly that's because, for the most part, I've been following the cross, let's face it. The DA, aside from being his usual smarmy git self, hasn't done anything terribly over the top, as far as I'm aware so far. Please chat, correct me if I'm wrong, if there was anything he did really bad this morning. Nice diagram. Yeah, well, I had to. So the defense lawyer is trying to suggest it was blunt force trauma to an artery which has been severed or shards from a bat. Well, I mean, she's more than welcome to throw out whatever potential or possible theories there are. Anything that muddies the waters is in her favor. That's probably why she brought up the gun. That's why she's brought up the bat. Is there proof that the defendant was stalking, angry at the guy, jealous, etc.? Well, they've claimed it. They have yet to provide any actual evidence to it, as far as I'm aware. Anything convincing, anyway. But was there a boat? Only guilty if there's a boat case too. Wallets in the back pocket are bad for your back. Yes. Aussie Gruber. So you liked that. Okay. My neighbor crushed his spine last week. Got in his truck, drove up the street, hit the dead end side, pass out, came to, then drove himself to hospital. People are nuts. Yep. Look for the guy with head wrapped in bandages. And look, like I said, that's only one potential possibility. That's just something that I came up with on the fly. I mean, for all we know, maybe he's got a gash in his arm or something. We don't know. But there certainly wasn't enough blood there as what the prosecution keeps saying, having it splattered all over the place. I do not believe that there was enough blood there necessarily that the guy has bled out. I just don't. Was the meth head chick who testified the girlfriend he was allegedly so jealous that he killed the guy? No. The one that he's supposedly jealous of is the black chick in the audience. So... not only has YouTube taken my money to join, then money for the 10 memberships, but now my super chats aren't showing, but money's being taken from my account from each time. Good God, man. Stop sending super chats then. Holy shit, I just realized we're like an hour in. I haven't got Rumble open. Whoopsie. Sorry, guys. I really do treat Rumble as the middle child at times. Just double check that it's actually still going. Okay. There's like 95 people watching on Rumble. Whoops. Sorry, guys. In solidarity, I subscribed on YouTube even though I don't use it much. Well, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. 99 watching, only 31 hit the like. Oh, I appreciate that. No, do not talk to the police or your fellow inmates. That is damn true. No body is an issue, but no DNA from the defendant. Yes, that is going to be a big hurdle for the prosecution to overcome, honestly. Yeah, I know, DM Ryder. I feel very bad about it. Okay, just take it easy. Down, kids, down. Shouldn't put a man away for life over this evidence. Absolutely not. Not a chance in hell. Have we even confirmed that it's the alleged decedent's blood? I actually don't know that we've even done that, because as far as I'm aware, the blood tests haven't been done yet, or they haven't actually mentioned them. Think it's implausible that RG was not killed that night, but so far it is totally plausible that someone other than ZA killed him. Yeah. Think the ex-girlfriend hired a guy through old girlfriend, and old girlfriend mixed up the addresses and got the wrong guy. Maybe. Very possible, I suppose. Did any of the doorbell cameras or CCTV pick him leaving his home? If they have, they haven't. If the cameras did pick him up, they haven't introduced the evidence as of yet. So that too is going to be interesting. She went rage mode on him, maybe. There was another train derailment in Ohio? Seriously? I was not aware. I'll have a look once court's back. Voted guilty, meant to click not guilty. Oh, good. Does anyone consider that the defendant is a grown-up John Connors and the victim was a Terminator? No, but again, just as much of a potentiality at this point. Hope so too, but I know it's happened. Wasn't that essentially what happened to Murder? I didn't watch the entire thing. It was boring. Fuck once they got into the finances. Look, I've said it once, I'll say it again. The prosecution did not prove the case against Murder. That doesn't mean that he wasn't involved. I still think that he had some guilt involved. I don't believe that he pulled the trigger. That's my own personal opinion. So, I mean, I get that ultimately it doesn't matter because he's going to go away for life as well for the financial crimes. But the only reason that he had to be there was to keep his name clear of being called a murderer of his wife and son. Honestly, I think that if he did it, he probably would have pled guilty. Because what was the point of going through all of that argument? Honestly. Look, that's my own personal opinion. You're free to disagree with me. Either way, I think that case was an absolute travesty. Know a guy that was executed by the state on circumstantial evidence. Very sad. He was the last one in our state. No shit. Inmates do this crap all the time. They jump onto a case trying to get out fast for snitching. It's lame. Mind you, it's not like they're there to they're not the upstanding citizens of society if they're behind bars anyway. Did I say Cheeseburger's testimony? Yes, that's what we call the snitch in the Triple X case. We affectionately nicknamed all of the members of that. What do we have? We had Mob Boss Lawyer, Dickless, Colonel Mustard. Those were just the lawyers. Cheeseburger was the fourth member of the people that supposedly were part of the robbery and shot him. And then we had Mr. Smug. Can't remember what we called the other two. Anyway, moving on. I hope this case has a witness to call Cheeseburger too. Someone probably has been put on death for circumstantial evidence, but also fiber evidence, hair evidence, and all the fake science. Look at 14 days of Madoc. How do you explain the burn socks and underwear? Maybe he decided he wanted to go shopping and he couldn't be stuff throwing them in the rubbish. I genuinely don't know. Don't believe anything his cellmate says. Seems like a red herring. Sent you Twitter, short laugh, time killer if you want a tone change. Okay, well, maybe. Australia feed the body to a croc. Bet a lot of unsolved goes on there. There's easier ways to dispose of a dead body in Australia than feeding it to a croc. Because the irony is, so a crocodile, when they actually kill you, what they'll do is they'll latch on, they'll do the death roll, they'll kill you. But what they then do is stick you under a log and wait for you to decompose a bit. And they'll come back. So your body can actually be there for a little while. Like, people's bodies have been recovered after crocodile attacks. So it's actually not the most efficient way to do it. After the murder trial, anything's possible, I guess. Yeah, well. How does the walker end up in the freezer in that case? That's a good question. Fair amount of blood on the door and above that suggests he was hit multiple times in the head. Quite possibly, yeah. When does he put the wallet and phone in the freezer? That's actually a damn good question. Okay, so here's the question. How many wallets did this guy have? Because there's one on the couch, or the billfold's on the couch, and supposedly there's another wallet and mobile phone in the freezer? But anyway. Your bias shows. I'm allowed to have bias. Everyone's biased. One way or the other. Tagged you in a tweet just now. Thank you very much. I'll have a look. He was an ass when you weren't watching. He managed to slip in hearsay that cadaver dogs reacted to a chainsaw. Oh, yeah, that was that. Okay. All right. DA brought in cadaver dogs. Damn, how far behind am I in chat? Shit. Ambulance rides are expensive. This is true. Confused. Why aren't they bringing up the financial crimes yet? Now waiting to see if Super Chat comes through. I haven't seen any. Sorry, Mad Cow. How do they know he's dead? Like, why do they assume he's dead? Apparently based on the fact that he hasn't turned up in the last couple of years and the amount of blood. So that's just it. Like I said, he could easily just be sitting on a beach somewhere. Will the GF take the stand? I would expect her to potentially take the stand. I'll be interested to see, honestly. No, the memory loss version of amnesia is not really how it works. So, it reminds me of Chopper Reed's Aussie 60 Minutes interview. Stab emotions. Hagrid was worth killing over, no damn way. If Rumble's the... No, I said Rumble was the middle child. Locals is the stepchild. Next person that gets treated the way Murdoch does by the judge will wonder how it happened. Probably. Rumble's the red-headed stepchild. Shit, I really am way far behind in chat. Okay, hang on, guys. I'm just going to have to skip a bit here. Metal trial had bodies. This is true. Makes sense. I was wondering if he laundered money that killed them. Okay. Totally agree with you. Don't think he pulled the trigger, though. Okay. Metal was railroaded. Could go for a cheeseburger right about now. Yep, fair enough. Dickless, Smug, and Colonel Mustard. Yep. Dickless, that is savage. Well, look, the defense attorneys in the Triple X case did some shady shit. Like, don't get me wrong. Technically, they were all out to protect their own client because it was actually 3 cases being heard at once because of the similarity of the evidence. So there were literally 3 separate court cases being run in that trial, and because they were being run at the same time, they couldn't point the finger at each other and say that no, it was him that shot it or it was him that was driving or anything like that. So they did everything they could basically to try and get a backdoor severance of the case. Have I watched the show Wentworth? Actually, no, I haven't. Is that how prisons are? Allowing kids to stay with mums while serving time? Look, I have heard of children to a certain age staying with mum, but I actually haven't watched the show, so I can't really comment too much on that. Sorry. Yes, this is supposed to be a 10-minute break. I'm fairly confident I've been talking for longer than that, but anyway, thank you, Judge. Crocs put you under a log? Mm-hmm. I burn clothes, tear up shoes all the Got all that kind of stuff in my burn pile. Oh, yeah. Yes, hogs are very much the best way to dispose of a body. I'm not biased, you're biased. Well, that itself is a bias, so. You know what disappeared without acknowledgement in Rittenhouse? The fact that our scumbag government had drones surveying the entire place while they did nothing to help the city burning. Would it be worth me actually going back and watching the Rittenhouse case? Like, I haven't watched that yet. And I mean, I can do that in my own personal time. But if there's a highlight reel or something out there, would that be something that people would be interested in watching? Or have you all been Rittenhouse to death? Whole case was rigged. Wouldn't be surprised if the jury was too. Smells like planted by someone, but were cops too dumb to run tests on them, apparently. Oh, we have audio back.
Yeah, just set up a hearing on our calendar for this. It doesn't even have a case number yet.
Okay.
Just,
Hello?
would you come down, please?
Okay.
Thank you. It doesn't have a case number because I have to have a little bit of a semi-hearing to determine if it's to be sealed or not.
Okay.
But, yeah, he didn't, well,
Not on this channel as of yet. We start making decent money and I'll consider it. Locals is the foster kid who has fire starter capabilities. I should probably start treating locals a little bit better. Mods don't get paid as a job done for the love of it. Oh, there you go. Keep waiting to see the victim sitting in the back row of the court wearing a hat and fake mustache. Triple X case was about porno. No, so that was the Triple X Tentacion. So he was a rapper who got shot. For anyone that doesn't know, he took 50K into a bike shop. 4 guys followed him in. They cased it. They saw that he was leaving, so they went out, got in their car, parked across the road. As he's leaving the car park, they pull in front of him like that. Get out of the car. Two argue with him, and he gets three bullets into his chest. His uncle has gotten out of the car and run as quickly as possible in the other direction. And then after he's died, a fan walks up and takes a selfie with his body, which I thought was
So I've just shown you some photos of the burn pit excavation at the tree farm.
Correct.
You had also been aware of the work that they did on the burn pit at Mr. Anderson's home, correct?
Yes.
And similar to that, they did a grid of the burn pit and put the contents in buckets, correct?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 227. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Those are the 5-gallon buckets that the
I would, but I wouldn't want to be biased. Like,
and Defense Exhibit 228, just a different picture of those buckets, correct?
Yes.
And then Defense Exhibit 229, this is our individuals from agencies sifting through all of the contents of the burn pit, correct?
Correct.
And that too is a meticulous process of the burn pit, correct?
Yes.
Going back to Mr. Gutierrez's house, had you gone to that location, 3709 15th Street, during the evening hours?
On which day?
On any date. Had you ever been there in the evening when it was dark?
well, I mean, he tried to take
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 57.
He was just going to walk around with $250,000 in cash.
That above the lettering 3709 or numbering is a light, correct?
Yes.
And that was on during the nighttime hours, correct?
I do not recall.
Yeah, which is why it's going to be good going back to it when we can fast forward through things.
And then you also took photos of the dumpsters at the property around 3709 15th Street, correct?
I know photos were taken. I do not know if I know who took them.
All right, if I showed you, would that help refresh your memory?
It may,
Here, let me show you here.
yeah, I'm not positive because I know other officers prior to my arrival took photos of the dumpster.
Are we sure it's not the Avery burn pit? Well,
So going back to the burn pit at Mr. Anderson's home, you previously testified that you had located or seen a sock, correct?
Yes,
But you didn't see any blood on that sock, correct?
correct.
And you didn't swab that sock or process it for DNA evidence?
Correct.
You don't know if
I
any
wouldn't
other
want to know if that
officers
sock had
did?
DNA in it anyway.
Correct.
Then you had noted that you had seen multiple buttons that were recovered from the burn pit,
Yes.
and that you determined that they were from Levi Strauss pants.
Some of them were, yes.
And had you observed pants that Mr. Anderson had been wearing?
No,
But it's possible that those multiple buttons came from different pairs of pants, correct?
correct.
And that's supposed to prove
You
what?
talked about the fact that there were what appeared to be tops from steel-toed boots.
Yes,
You'd agree that you're not a shoe expert, correct?
correct.
That's just from you observing it what you believed it to be.
Correct.
But you also recovered from the scene a pair of work boots, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Honestly, that's exactly what it's showing. Of course, he's not a shoe expert, he's male. I don't know, there's a lot of gay guys that know a hell of a lot about shoes. I mean, that's how Elle Woods caught the pool boy.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you what's
Oh shit, 600 likes, fantastic. Thank you.
234. If you could
Yeah.
open it, please.
If the
But
other 100
before you
wanna hit
open
it.
it, if you could tell the jury what your understanding of what the contents of that box are.
These are Red Wing brown steel toe boots.
Might not be a legal righteous cause, but I'm not going to bring it up on screen. Why are they muting? I mean, it was not the officer's job to bring this case, not their fault the DA got excited and made them testify in a BS case. Look, that is true. And yes, the DA should not have brought this case based on the information and the evidence that they have. But there is seriously some stuff that does seem to have not actually been done by the police at this instance. I'm not illegal. You can bring me up on screen. Oh, don't worry. You'll get to come on screen at some point. You're good as long as you don't say anything about a Clinton. See, now is when I need that clip, Mighty. I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
From Mr. Anderson's property, correct?
That's correct.
And you did not observe any blood on those boots, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. You can just place them back in the box.
You tagged by the powers that be, don't even joke like that. Okay.
other evidence that you had gathered were fluids that you had collected from the sink catches at Mr. Anderson's home, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain what a sink catch is to the jury?
Sure. So at the lower portion of your sink, if it's like in your bathroom, let's just say, usually there's a cabinet. Inside that cabinet, there's a little U, and that U holds contents when it goes down, the water. So what I did is I shut the water off, and I took the U off and emptied those contents into jars.
And what's the reason for doing that?
My supervisor had me do that just to see if there's any evidentiary value to any biological fluids or anything inside it.
So when you say evidentiary value to the fluids, basically do you process that and collect it? Because if someone had washed something down the drain or was cleaning bloody hands,
Correct.
that it could be that some of those contents are found in the catch.
Right.
So you obtained the fluid from the sink catch in the kitchen sinks that were there at Mr. Anderson's residence.
Yes.
And that kitchen sink had 2 catches, correct?
Correct.
And you collected the fluid from both those catches.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, there was nothing of evidentiary value found in that catch, correct?
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Okay. And then you also collected the fluid from the sink catch in the downstairs bathroom.
Oh, no shit.
And then
Makes it all my membership, give membership, super chats, and
when
they're
you were
working
doing
my
this,
bed.
that you
Okay.
couldn't collect the fluid
Yeah,
from
babe,
the
clean up my
upstairs
fire
bathroom
before you
sink
try for a
because it was
crime.
not workable.
Thank you for the super chats, guys.
Correct.
And then at 3709, you also did the same process with catches in Mr. Gutierrez's apartment.
Yes.
And that was from the kitchen sink catch
Yes.
and the bathroom sink catch.
Yes.
Yes, now he's a plumbing expert.
When you had gone to the tree farm on May
No,
27th,
but his credibility and the evidence that he's
2020,
providing are two separate things.
you took
You can be a
overall
credible
photos
witness and
of
still
the
not
scene
say anything.
there.
Yes.
And you did not find or see any human remains.
That's correct.
And you didn't find any bloody items.
Correct.
And you didn't find a body.
Correct.
And you didn't find what appeared to
That has
be
got an
a
exit
murder
coming
weapon.
up. I want to keep half an eye on it. Cheers.
Correct.
And then when you were at Mr. Anderson's residence, you also, when taking photos, did not find or photograph any human remains.
Correct.
No body.
Correct.
And no what was determined to be a murder weapon.
I collected some items. I can't comment as to whether it was a murder weapon or not.
You collected a hammer, knife, things of that nature.
Correct.
But you didn't
I get
test
that he's a
those
crime
or
scene tech,
anything.
but I forgot
I
what he's
personally-
actually got
Objection. He
expertise in.
doesn't test any items. I think that's very
I
clear.
did not hear you, sir.
He doesn't test any items. I think he's testified to that multiple times.
So he doesn't
Well,
test
yeah.
anything, he just collects shit and takes photos.
Those items you just collected because you were asked to collect them, but you don't know what happened afterwards.
That's correct.
But you didn't photograph any bloody evidence at that crime, at that scene.
Correct.
And you had talked about a sheath. Do you remember being asked those questions about a sheath that you processed?
Yes.
And that one you did swab what appeared to be a red fluid substance on that sheath, correct?
Dried substance, correct?
Yeah. And then, but when you swabbed it, it didn't produce a red substance on the swab tip.
Correct.
Do you not have any further questions subject to recross?
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Officer Van Wee, you were asked some questions in cross-examination about your need for math, I think specifically trigonometry, and whether that was necessary for an individual like yourself to render opinions. If you have not taken trigonometry, do you have a method that you can easily utilize to make sure that the math is taken care of?
Yes.
What do you use?
Scientific calculator.
Okay, and so using a scientific calculator, have you ever had any issues in terms of doing the reconstruction or doing any of the sort of things that you were trained to do in your 40-hour course?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about your crime scene experience with something called sharp force trauma. Do you recall those questions on cross?
Yes.
And sharp force trauma is essentially when someone is stabbed with an object. That's another way of saying that, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to object. This is all leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, can you say about what you would expect to see at a scene if somebody experiences sharp force trauma? So in other words, what are the crime scene signs that you would see if there's a sharp force trauma that is a part of an incident?
I'm going to object to relevance as to what you would generally see in other scenes.
Well, this was all examined on cross-examination. Go ahead.
There's a lot of variables involved with stabbings. So it depends on how many times somebody was stabbed. You're going to see in the clothing that somebody's wearing. So, but generally you're going to see a lot of drip stains because of the fact that blood's going to be dripping down from that bloody source.
And what if anything, can you say about the crime scene that you've testified to? Was there abundant drip stain evidence in this case?
There's a lot of drip stains between the dinette area and the living room where the blood saturation stain is.
Now, you were asked a question or answered a question by talking about arterial spurt. Do you recall bringing that concept up as part of what you were asked on cross?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked, well, could you puncture an artery by using a blunt force object, or it breaks off in shards? Remember being asked those kind of questions?
Yes.
What would you expect to be the most common way a person would puncture an artery?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
So, Judge, the question was asked whether these other things are possible. So he is an individual who's seen a number of crime scenes. Wouldn't it be relevant for him to tell us what is most common in his experience?
If we wanted to sit down with him and have him recount all of his police experiences, yeah, that'd probably be very educational. But we have limited time to get the case done.
Sure.
And I imagine these people can pretty well understand for themselves the various methods and plus some that people could use to inflict injuries upon themselves or others.
Thank you. Officer, you were asked.
Guys, just very briefly, it's just come to my attention that one of my mods was a bit proactive in protecting the chat, and a couple of people have been removed. Now, I generally don't have an issue with anything that anyone is saying in chat. To each their own. You know, basically, so long as you're not saying anything that's going to be yeeted, I'm just going to ignore you if you're saying something that's going to piss me off. Now, I just want to specify, if those people are still watching, that I don't have the ability on my back end to re-enable you. It doesn't seem like it's something, so I'm hoping that it's purely just for this stream. And we hopefully will see you again. If not, I wish you all the best.
A question about whether gloves would, a person wearing gloves where they receive blood on those gloves, whether you would expect to or would
No, there was no drama.
Would expect to find evidence of transfer.
All good.
Being asked that question on cross.
Yes.
Okay, and you indicated in response as well that you were specifically not aware of any transfer evidence in this case. Do you recall being saying that?
Correct. There's nothing obvious.
So I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to Exhibit 1, Photo 54 for just a minute. Just to direct you, is this a picture you previously identified as the doorknob on the interior door? So after you come out of the hallway, it's the doorknob you would use to close the door and be inside?
Yes,
And you indicated that there was blood on this in your direct testimony. Is that right?
that's correct.
And when you were asked the question, was there any evidence to you of transfer stains? Were you remembering this exhibit, Exhibit 54?
That's a possibility that that's a transfer stain. I just don't think there's enough conclusively to say that that is indeed a transfer stain.
Okay.
But there's a possibility.
Is it consistent with a transfer stain?
It's really too small to tell.
Fair enough.
But there is some consistency to it, yes.
So can you, with the pointer, just point out what area of this doorknob, and again, this would be the door that would close the door from the hallway.
Objection asked and answered
What's been
about
asked?
what doorknob this is.
Just go ahead.
Okay.
Answer the question, please.
So can you point out with the pointer where on this interior doorknob you're saying there's evidence that at least would be consistent with transfer? Okay, thank you. You were asked to identify some smearing patterns, possible smearing patterns on the floor near where the blood had pooled. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you if you could bring up Exhibit 139 or Picture 139. You recall being asked about this?
I don't object. This is all extremely cumulative.
I'm countering things that were said on cross.
Go ahead. Just
I can go ahead. Do you recall being asked about this pattern?
Yeah, this guy's very talented.
Okay. And you were asked whether this could be a sign of a struggle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so this could be an individual who is bleeding with clothes on and they are in some way struggling at that location.
Objection, leading, and speculative.
Your Honor, the counsel asked whether it could be a struggle.
And I was cross-examining where I can ask leading questions.
Understood. And I'm just directing.
well,
Yeah, that's not what direct means.
to the finish line.
I want to turn your attention to
That's a very good question, Grant.
Picture 218 for just a moment. So there's a number of bloodstains on here, correct?
Correct.
Is there anything about the bloodstains that we can see in this that are inconsistent with a person being stabbed?
I think this is the sequel entitled
as
The
part
DA.
of what happened on that couch.
I'm going to object, calls for speculation as to what occurred.
I don't think it does, actually. Objections overruled.
What?
Is there anything about this that says that part of what happened could not be that a person was stabbed?
No.
I'm sorry, what?
You were shown a picture of a bleach bottle and also shown a bleach bottle where you lifted it up and told us how much was in there, right?
Correct.
Did that bleach bottle that you looked at here in the courtroom still have its label on it?
Yes, it did.
So is that the same bleach bottle, if you know, as the bleach bottle that you found the label for in the fire pit?
It was not.
It's a separate bleach bottle?
Correct.
Okay.
No one wants to see that. Least of all me, least of all the wife, least of all my family, who do occasionally watch.
You indicated as to Exhibit 226, you recall there was a number of pieces of paperwork that were in an exhibit that you saw?
Yes.
Now, I couldn't quite tell from your testimony, so just please clarify for me. Are you certain that you are the person who collected that paperwork, or do you not know for sure?
So I didn't take anything out of the van. It was handed to me.
Okay.
So I didn't.
So
I photographed it.
So I'm just going to ask you, if my records indicate that Officer Giovannini collected those materials,
Okay.
what, if anything, can you tell me about whether you were involved in the collection of those materials?
Then I was not.
Okay. And so you were asked a question on cross about whether those materials came from the van, were you not?
Correct.
Okay. If I add that piece of information,
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It's completely speculative. The witness has already answered then that he did not receive those items. So what happened or where those items came from, he can't testify to. It would be hearsay. The other officer could testify to that.
Judge, he was specifically asked the question, did you take this stuff out of the van? I think the jury's left with the misimpression that this material's from the van. I think I have an ability to clarify because only one officer took materials from the van. It's this officer.
The objection's over.
Okay. So, officer, now that you know that Officer Giovannini may be the person who took that paperwork, do you know for a fact whether that paperwork is from the van or not?
I do not.
Now, you were shown in cross-examination a number of buckets that were in a van or a truck, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe those are from the burn pit that occurred at the Mequon residence?
That I don't know.
Oh, you don't know where those buckets are from? Okay.
From those pictures,
Yeah.
which I do not believe I took, I don't know which fire pit those came from, if it was Mequon or if it was Random Lake.
Okay. In any case, you've testified to a number of items you took from the burn pit. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'm talking about Mequon. Some buttons, underwear, and sock, right?
Correct.
Okay. If you can you tell us, were those taken from the top area of the burn pit, or were they the kind of items that were only recovered in buckets at later layers?
They were recovered before we did the bucket system.
Okay. And so where would they be in terms of top to bottom of that burn pit?
The top, because they were visible to our eyes when we were looking at the fire pit.
One of the things that one of the things that you were asked about was whether you had found components of steel-toed boots, in other words, the steel toes, and you were shown a set of boots, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall being shown this picture and being asked to identify whether you had found?
Damn good question, Nancy.
I apologize. If you take a look at 280, does this picture depict those steel toes, or at least a depiction of the steel toes that you discovered in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to take a look at States 118. Do you have gloves up there still?
No.
Is he cutting them open? Okay. You could open 118 for me. Take a look inside, and my first question for you is if you can tell me, are those steel toes or the components that we're talking about that you yourself saw in the fire pit in the Mequon address on the 20th of May 2020?
Yes, this is the steel toe that was observed in the fire pit.
Do those appear to be in the same condition as you saw them back on May 20th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Is there one or two of them in the bag?
One.
Okay. All right. And thank you. And can you indicate, do those appear to be the actual ones that you saw at the time?
I'm going to object to the use of a plural term. There's only one.
Did I say they?
Yes.
Does that steel toe appear to be one of the ones you found at that time?
Yes.
Is the other one that you found similar in appearance from your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Judge, I move admission of this exhibit based on his testimony.
Is there objection?
No.
See?
I think this. Judge, I want the jury to get a chance to see it. The officer held it up. Can you just inquire of the jury, did they get a chance to see it, or would they like him to hold that up better?
Anyone? Why don't you hold it up, officer? If you want a better view, let's say from
I'm sorry, are there two?
there's one in 2 meters.
I think they're together.
Yeah, there's one inside the other.
Okay, all right. Now, there was also a set of work boots found, as you testified to, correct?
Yes.
You don't have any knowledge of whether there was a second set of work boots, whether someone borrowed a set of work boots. You have no knowledge of any other facts about why there would be a second set of boots that might give interest to people.
Holy cow. Whoa. Well, that made my day. Literally mother of Jacob. Yep.
Now, officer, you have offered opinions on cross about blunt force trauma being the source of many stains in this case. Are you indicating, what if anything can you say about whether you're indicating that all of these areas of blood or bleeding were all administered by blunt force trauma as opposed to other weapons also being used as part of an attack?
I'm not going to rule out other weapons being used.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any question?
Yes, thank you. As far as the items that were recovered in the burn pit at Mr. Anderson's home, you have absolutely no way of telling when and where, or when those items were placed in the fire, correct?
Correct.
You have no way of telling who placed those items in the fire.
Correct.
And to Attorney Gradley's questions about you can't rule out what weapons were used or what weren't used, you also cannot determine what weapon was used, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Nothing on those.
Thank you. You step down.
About $140. So that's huge. Thank you so much.
The
We have both to reseal them, so just bring them.
is Sister Marcian's pointer up there too? Yes, it is. I don't want that to fall into the wrong hands.
And Judge, I would be able to admit exhibits 233 and 244, defense exhibits.
Is there objection?
Bleaching boots.
No objection.
Received.
I'm hoping we're going to see something else, but it's damn close to the end of the day.
233, 234, defense exhibits.
That sounds like a good idea.
Do them both simultaneously?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The state would call Celia Patterson to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please be seated.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Celia Teresa Patterson, Selia Patterson.
Mrs. Patterson, do you know someone by the name of Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.?
I do.
And who was Mr. Gutierrez Jr. to you?
He was my only child.
And when was
And how is this
Mr.
relevant?
Gutierrez born?
April 10th, 1980, here in Kenosha.
This is just going to
And
be
growing
a
up after the age
emotional
of 2,
character witness.
were you a single parent?
There's no way in hell she's
I
got
was.
any knowledge of the
I
murder.
was a single parent from the age of, my son was 2 years old when his dad and I split up.
Being a single parent, did that make you and your son very close?
If I may refer to my son as Pocho. Pocho and I were very close. When he was
Judge, I'm
born.
going to object. I don't know how this is relevant.
Judge, if I may,
I'm going to ask the jury to step out for a second. This should just take a minute.
Good call, Judge. Nicknames, if she'll let her use them. Look, she can if the judge allows it, but that's not really what's in issue here. I mean, this was purely going to be to tug on the heartstrings of the jury. There's no way in hell she has anything probative to provide in relation to this. Unless she was at the property, she knew that what was going on, she knew where he was going to be, or she was there and witnessed the murder, nothing was going to be of any probative value. Not relevant at all. Good call indeed. Well, we don't know if it's a good call yet. The judge is removing the jury from the room so that they can hash it out in argument. So we still have to wait and see whether or not he makes the right call on this.
No, let me just clarify. You're wearing a ribbon.
I am, sir.
What is it?
It was for my son's celebration of life.
Yeah, and
I'll remove it.
being the
No, that's, I quite
we have a
understand.
very strict rule about that, so.
No problem, sir.
No, you can leave it on for the rest of the day, but in the future.
No, I'll remove it. That's okay.
God bless you. Now, there was an objection. What was your response?
So, Judge, this goes to whether or not Mr. Gutierrez is actually dead. The relationship, so it's completely relevant.
Oh, that's how they're trying to bring her
I
in.
think it's appropriate that you give some historic and biographical information.
Oh, I don't know if that's the right call there.
The state is required to prove is that the named person is indeed.
If what they're going to use her for is the fact that he hasn't been in contact with her and therefore he's dead.
To garner sympathy. Number one. Number two is that I understand the court's view that that's a relevant point, and they do have to prove that there was a death, but they're proving it through utter speculation. I mean, it really is.
Well, I haven't heard those questions yet. They could be, or they could not. They might not be. So we'll avoid that. It certainly is something that you could do without any speculation, testimonial speculation, and leave it to the jurors' inferences, which they're allowed to draw. So I don't think there's any problem with what's come out so far, and I assume that it will be limited in duration. So,
And on that,
it's trying to get somebody in the jury. Look, if the incident occurs as the district attorney claims, they don't need to do anything more to get sympathy from people, especially women.
fair point, but I was just referring to, if you remember the testimony earlier from one of Mr. Gutierrez, the mother of his son, testifying at length about, how much they played baseball, and how close they were, and all the phone calls with the son, and all of that, and that was just unnecessary. And that's what I hear coming now with Ms. Patterson. That sort of thing.
I have to say, I think we did have some discussion about the baseball, but again, the district attorney was relying on that to prove the death, and again.
Yeah, and the annoying thing is that what they're going to do is, in order to prove that, they're going to have her bleat on and on about how he was such a good son and a family person and all sorts of other stuff that's going to bias the jury. I do not agree that this should be coming in the slightest. I feel this is very inappropriate, to be perfectly honest.
And hold 1 second. Hold 1 second.
Pam, hold 1 second.
Hold 1 second. I noticed now that there are 2 others, at least, that are wearing badges or pins, ribbons. And perhaps Ms. Busy can speak with them. We'll leave it for today, but in the future, no. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm not sure which one you're talking about, Dave. Next time she's on screen, I'll point her out.
All right, thank you. And the objection's been overruled. Go ahead.
Mrs. Patterson, being a single mother, did that make you and your son incredibly close?
Yes, we were extremely close, my butcher and I. He was my life. We did everything together. My life evolved around my son. His deeds, I did my best by him, and we were extremely close.
Go ahead.
What did your son like to do with his time? What was most important to him?
Growing up,
I'm sorry, I'm going to object again. This is absolutely not relevant.
Ordinarily, this type of evidence
It's just sitting there like,
excluded.
what the fuck is going on?
Evidence which is likely to create special sympathy, and of course, in the eyes of the court here, the closeness of a mother to a child, or any other relationship, it's not something we consider. Every life is viewed exactly the same in the court, so that we don't have a hierarchy of the value of human life. So this type of evidence is not ordinarily permitted. I'm permitting it in this case to give you enough acquaintanceship, because there was already reference to it in the case earlier as to what the reaction was of the friends and family with Mr. Gutierrez, and so that you can draw your own inferences as they arise from the testimony as to what that means if people who were close to him did not have contact with him, even for 2 or 3 days. That's the reason it's being allowed. So what the defense is concerned about is that
I'd like to think he wouldn't be that much of an asshole to not show up at this point.
so sympathetic.
I mean, this is already the second time this has come to trial.
That will affect your verdict. Any questions about that? Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Objections overruled.
Mrs. Patterson, what in May of 2020 was most important to Pocho?
His children, his communication. So, I mean, we had lengthy conversations, so we kept a very close contact with one another. Text, phone calls, video chats. He would always keep in communication with me. He would always respond.
Oh, come on. What are you doing to me, Lauren Crone?
To my phone calls. And if he couldn't, he'd say, "Can't talk now, Mom. I'll call later." He would text me.
Would you consider your son to be kind of a mama's boy?
My boy was definitely a mama's boy, and he made no qualms about it. He was very quick to say so himself when he was teased during high school that you're just mama's boy, and he would say so. He made there was no shame in it. His display of his affection
the amount of
for me,
hearsay and
his mom,
stuff that's been let in, it just makes
He
no
would give-
sense. What is going on? I don't have anything else open, do I?
me a hug, no matter where he was or who was in front. He would kiss me. We were very, very, very close.
Now, in May of 2020, where were you living at that point?
In Elbert, Colorado,
And obviously your son lived in Kenosha.
yes.
And did you maintain this close relationship even though you were quite a distance apart?
Yes, we did, but I traveled back to Kenosha often.
Even Lauren Crone doesn't think she'd be allowed.
Your son being a
Nope.
mama's boy, did you help him out with financial things?
I did.
And would that include actually traveling back in January of 2020 to bring him a vehicle?
Well, actually, he came in
They could have
December,
provided
December the 18th.
phone records, any number of
Flew
other
into Colorado Springs, flew into
This is
Denver
entirely inappropriate.
for my commencement on the 20th of December. He was going to make that celebration with me, my accomplishment. He was going to share that with us. And then in January, I traveled
Those heartstrings are
here
tugging.
to Colorado, and in February as well.
And in February of 2020, would that be the last time you saw your son in person?
That would be the last time I saw him. The purpose for that trip was to bring him that Ford truck that he had.
What an absolute crock of shit. They've got next to no case, so they're actually, resorting to this now. Nick Vices and Branca all try to tell you this judge sucks, but you guys only remember that he yelled at Binger, this judge sucks. Okay. As a mother who grieves a dead son, they are turning this into emotions that should not be anywhere near the trial. I'm pissed. Uh-oh. Jacob's Prabandre's pissed. Duck and cover.
States Exhibit 54.
Love you, Angie.
Can you tell me what this top picture is?
Yes, that photograph was taken in Milwaukee,
Looking at you.
right outside La Quinta motel. He had dropped me off there because I was flying back to Denver on the following day. That's my son, Bocho, with the truck that myself and
Look,
his
they could
dad
appeal it.
bought for him so that he could
I
go back
personally
and
would want to
forth
see
to
another
work.
objection in.
And approximately when was that picture taken?
That photograph was taken on, I believe, on the 3rd of February or the 2nd. It was on a Saturday, because I flew back on a Sunday, I believe.
And then these two photos on the bottom here, what are those?
That's me and my boy. We were at Pikes Peak he flew in to Denver for my commencement on the 18th.
Rose
That
says she's
photograph
driving, but
was
this is
taken on the
BS.
19th because I graduated on that Friday, the 20th. So we were at Pikes Peak. We were just hanging out. We had gone out for breakfast and enjoying the sights, killing time, enjoying each other's company.
No, we're not on victim impact statements, or at least we're not
Obviously, you're
supposed
very
to.
familiar with your son. If you had to estimate, knowing him, having seen him as recently as February of 2020, what would you estimate his height and weight to be?
My boy had dropped a considerable amount of weight from when he first returned from Colorado. So I would put him at about 240, 245.
And approximately how tall would you say he is?
I say that he was 6'2", though his dad says he's 6'1".
You just referenced his father. You obviously were a single parent for a long time. Did that change at some point?
It did. His dad came into our lives when he was 10 years old, and we would marry when my son was about 16 or 17 years old. I was a single parent all that time. It was just me and him.
And when you married, what is your husband's name?
Eugene Warren Patterson, Jr.
And when you married Mr. Patterson,
Hey, Grant.
did he also grow incredibly close to your son?
Yes, he did.
I didn't hear the last thing you said.
I'd like to object now, and I'd like to be heard at sidebar. Or outside the presence of the jury.
Make the right call here, Judge. This is going to be an appealable issue if you don't. You can't cross a testimony like this. She hasn't said that's just it. She has not said anything of any relevance to the case. There's nothing to cross.
Will Mr. Patterson be testifying?
Yes.
No.
What is the inquiry premised upon here?
I guess I don't understand your question.
Where are you headed?
Just shoring up that
I
he's
would have
also
tried
close
to.
his
There's no way in hell
stepfather,
the
and then
prosecution
moving
would have
on.
stipulated to it, though, because then they would be letting all this go.
What's the relevance of that?
This is the situation. I mean,
Yeah, actually, that's a
we
good
have
point when it's
cases
quoted.
coming through here all the time.
The only thing she said so far for relevance is that the boy was big and therefore would have been difficult to dispose of
Community figures
on his own.
Lives are lost. Sometimes there are police officers. Sometimes there are people who have no friends and have got long criminal records, but they have something in common, and that is that the state is alleging that someone took their lives from them. And whether they're popular or have friends or money is totally irrelevant. Now, I've indicated to the jury what I believe the state is attempting to do here, which is permissible, but I don't think we need to go further down this avenue. Whether he was close to his stepfather or not, or his father or anybody else, is really not relevant, except as in terms of where we are now in this case, except as it bears on the fact of whether there was a homicide or not.
So
Right, so
So the objection is sustained.
just so I can be heard, part of the thing, I don't know if you've been told, obviously this is a bodiless homicide case, so we have to
I knew
prove
that.
he's actually gone. And so in laying the foundation for that, as well as all of the help, as well as all of those things, and then no one's heard from him is incredibly
I
important.
think that everyone knows that. That's been talked about from the beginning by the district attorney. I'd be very surprised if the jurors aren't all fully aware of it. And I just mentioned it to them in the last 10 minutes, why we're permitting it. So I don't think that further explanation on this issue is necessary.
I'll move on.
I should damn well hope so.
Mrs. Patterson, you had indicated that you helped out your son financially. How did you go about doing that?
My son and I had a shared
No
bank
clue,
account
Basil.
with Chase. And
I'm going to object on relevance grounds here too. What on earth does the finances have to do with whether or not
They could.
Transactions on the account. But just introduce the financial statements. Like bank statements. Just do that.
we had a shared bank account with Chase. And I knew when my son was struggling with his bills, we helped him with his rent. We actually paid for his lease for his apartment when he rented in May of 2018.
Yeah.
My boy was an extremely hardworking man.
Okay, go ahead with your next.
Judge, I didn't hear you.
Go ahead with your next question.
You indicated about helping with the rent when he first rented his place. Would that be the same apartment on 15th Street?
My understanding is if
It
you've got
is.
a reasonable question or whatever,
And were you
and you ask politely rather than
actually,
interrupting him, he's pretty
with
okay
him
with it.
when he picked out the different furnishings for that apartment?
We were together, yes.
So, Judge, this goes to what was in the apartment and what.
Give us a moment, will you?
Just no, I'm not even dealing with you. So his son was a deadbeat that couldn't pay his own bills. From the sounds of it. No, look, whether he faked his death or not is irrelevant at this point, as bad as that sounds. Because they still haven't proved that he killed him. Missed that. Oh, it's an absolute bullshit witness. Abso-friggin-lutely.
What difference does it make whether he had the old furniture he had for many years, whether he went and got stuff at a secondhand store, or whether he went to John M. Smith or whomever to get new furniture?
So specifically, Judge, because she was with him when the furnishings were picked out,
Right.
she's familiar with the area rug. She's familiar with what it looked like, what should have been there. So she's going to be able
let's
to
see if I can switch over
offer
my audio.
essentially the layout of the apartment and what was different.
It doesn't look
for
like it is. Oh, hang on, there it goes.
objectives
Okay.
of doing her own
Excellent.
walkthrough after the scene is released. Being able to
Emotional
offer
damage.
first person,
Yay! We have sound
first-hand
effects.
account of what
I
that
think.
rug should have
Let
been.
me know if that came through.
Where it should have been, all of the different things, because she had spent a considerable amount of time in that apartment.
To the extent that that is helpful to the jury, that doesn't involve her having been there when it was picked out. If you want to say I was familiar where his belongings were in the residence, and
Djokovic has been rejected, has he? Interesting. Australia copped so much flack over that the first time.
But I don't think we need to go back to when these things were purchased and then and take this woman through these memories that must be bittersweet and really are not going to help the jury that much.
Yeah, but I think what she was trying to argue is that the mother would know what was missing from the area because supposedly a rug, potential table, whatever, in that area where the blood is being removed.
There is an issue that I do want to raise.
I mean, there should be photos or something of the
The
room.
exhibit that's up on the Elmo right now, the defense hadn't been provided that exhibit previous, nor were we provided any information about when Miss Patterson last saw her son in person, nor have we been provided any information about this furniture. So from the questions that have been asked by the state and the exhibits that's been introduced, it's evidently clear that there's information that the state has as it relates to this witness that was not disclosed to the defense. Now, the picture, non-instrumental. I can run with the picture as it's presented. The facts that Ms. Patterson are talking about, it's not going to make or break the case. But what it does show is that the state has information that they're using to direct a witness and question the witness and did not provide that to the defense, which is problematic on multiple grounds.
What do you want me to do?
Well, I want them to be ordered to disclose everything as it relates to Ms. Patterson to the defense. And two,
I think they're too far in for another mistrial.
That the state had
But there needs to be a proper order put
that
in
it
place.
used to question witnesses on, and that it did not provide it to the defense prior to this hearing.
Judge, our discovery
No, she
obligation
confirmed that the
is
rug
to
was there
provide
in the first
written
place.
I don't want to
I
get into
want
an
a
extended
recorded
discovery. No, we're done talking about discovery for now. I want to get the jury back in here. It's 18 minutes to the hour, and I'm sure they would like to get home. This is important testimony, and I'm sure it is very painful for this lady.
Yeah, Jack, there was a mistrial last year
Sidetracked with all
because
these
the
lawyer arguments.
prosecutor
So let's
kept
just-
certain information from the defense. So there was a mistrial during opening statements last year. What an absolute joke. Actually, I should just double check the timing. What is it? Time in Wisconsin. $5 p.m. Okay. Yes, which they're doing again. Yep. Oh, there's definitely a pattern. You can watch some people Wheel of Fortune. Oh, good God.
Go ahead, please, Ms. Kazari.
Mrs. Patterson, were you familiar with the layout and
Thanks.
the
Thank you very much for the
furnishings in your
$5 super
apartment?
chat. I don't know if that was supposed
I
to say
was.
anything, but if it was, just plug it in, throw it in chat, and I'll bring it up.
Because I was with him when we furnished it.
Did she pay for it to be furnished?
In May of 2020, if
I
you
think
had
someone
to
said like
estimate
5 years.
how often did you speak to your son at that point?
Quite often, at least 2-3 times a week.
And did you speak to your son via text messages on May 16th of 2020?
I did.
And were those the last conversations you had with him?
They were.
And I'm just going to show you State's Exhibit 55. Mrs. Patterson, is that one of the last text pictures that your son sent you on May 16th of 2020?
He is.
Oh, come on.
And after that conversation where that picture was sent to you, have you heard from your son ever again?
My boy hasn't reached out to me. My boy is gone.
She believes
No,
that he's gone.
he has
I believe
not
that.
communicated with me in any shape, text, email, phone call, FaceTime. I have not heard from my boy since I responded to this photograph.
How did you become aware that your son was missing?
Yes, this was
I
the whole
was
purpose of
called
this.
on the 19th of May, a little bit after 3:30 by Kayla Petty.
And just for the jury, who is Kayla Petty to you?
Kayla Petty is
No, fair enough.
my
I'll do a recap at
granddaughter's
some point.
mother.
And what did she share anything with you that caused you concern?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm not asking for the specifics, and it's also not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's for what she did next.
Well,
Hang on.
as I said, that's a way that is typically used.
Wait. Check. That's the photo.
Mrs. Patterson, is that one of the last text pictures that you're?
It is.
And after that conversation where that picture was sent to you, have you heard from your son ever again?
My boy hasn't reached out to me. My boy is gone. No, he has not communicated with me in any shape, text, email, phone call, FaceTime. I have not heard from my boy since I responded to this photograph.
How did you become aware that your son was missing?
Okay, she was holding
I
it up.
was
I don't know if
called
she actually showed it to them though.
On the 19th of May, a little bit after 3:30, by Kayla Petty.
And just for the jury, who is Kayla Petty to you?
Kayla Petty is my granddaughter's mother.
And
Not on her specifically. I'm not a bummer. The fact that she's on the stand, she should not be.
did she share anything with you that caused you concern?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm not asking for the specifics, and it's also not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's for what she did next.
Well, that, as I said, that's a way that is typically used by lawyers. Well, I don't want to say typically, but often used by lawyers
To bring in hearsay.
bring in the Trojan horse of hearsay.
It's also not relevant.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant what her next action was, and frankly,
Yeah.
the whole fact of the phone call really is
Not relevant.
instructive to the jury in terms of the fact finding that's involved. So, yeah, move on to something else, please.
After that phone call, what did you and your husband immediately do?
We traveled to Kenosha.
And when did you arrive in Kenosha, if you recall?
On the 20th.
That's actually a damn good question. I don't know the answer to that.
Now, we had talked a little bit earlier about a specific vehicle that you indicated you had driven to Kenosha for your son in January of 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'm showing you from State's Exhibit 1.
Yeah, no, all good. It was important. That's why I stopped and went back and had a look. No, I agree. She shouldn't be being put through this, but she also should not be on the stand. Let's try for emotion over facts because we have a shit case. Yeah.
That's
what are we looking at
the
here?
tail end of the Ford Explorer that I drove down for my son in February that we purchased for him.
And does it have Colorado license plates?
Yes,
And was this vehicle registered in Colorado by you and your husband?
the vehicle is registered to myself and my husband.
Wait, did she just say that the vehicle that he was driving is registered to her and her husband?
And at some point,
I think he
during
has
this
to have been for them to have brought the case.
do you recall being shown a document that had a handwritten address on it?
Yes,
I'm
That's
going
what
to
she
show
said.
you what is on State's Exhibit 1, and it's going to be item number 323.
Thanks, guys. I kind of missed that because I was focusing on something else. What the hell is going on with this? This is just complete bullshit.
you recall being shown this item?
I do.
And on the right-hand side of this item, do you see the name Eugene W. Patterson Jr.?
I do.
And who is that?
His dad, my husband.
And then do you see the handwritten address?
I do.
And is that your son's
Yeah,
address?
absolutely.
It is.
Is that your son's handwriting?
It is not.
When this document was first shown to you,
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you're saying
I apologize.
about the handwriting, there's two different, well, I don't want to say that. There may be two different types of handwriting on there.
Judge, valid point, I will clarify. When I'm talking about the
No worries, Laurie. I
handwriting
appreciate
I'm
you being
looking at
here.
it's the written
Actually,
out
guys, if
address.
there's anyone specifically that's just lurking as well
is
that you
not.
want a shout out,
Obviously, you've
just
indicated
throw a
Mr.
wave in the
Patterson
chat
is
or
your
say hi.
husband.
I'm more than
Is
happy to
that
address
his
and say hello.
signature, though?
It is.
It's a little bit
And
harder to say
when
hi
you
to
were
everybody
shown
when
this
there's
document,
almost 700
did
of you.
immediately
But
know
I'll certainly do my
what
best.
that handwritten address by somebody else was written on?
I do. I prepared it.
And what in general was the document that this was written on?
It was meant for my son to carry in the glove box for if he were to get stopped for some reason or another, it would be documentation that he was a valid operator of that vehicle with our permissions.
And is that because you have a different last name than him, so the registration wouldn't be under Gutierrez?
That is correct.
Objection was leading.
Oh, yeah, it was overruled.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 225.
Hello, Flux. Okay.
Can you tell me what that is?
Adriana, hello.
Yes, I prepared this document so that my son would have it in his glove box, authorizing him as the vehicle driver while he was here in Wisconsin. And both my husband and I signed the document. Not that one, of course.
And so,
Sorry, I'm not Obama. Hello and welcome to the stream. How you doing? Bobby Wilt,
you
g'day.
saw your husband sitting
Navy
in
B,
front of
ahoy
you,
to you
the
too.
document that you were looking at with the
Timber.
handwritten address by somebody else.
That is correct.
And when
He's
you
been
gave
ridiculously
the document
lax
to
with the
your
leading
son,
objections, honestly.
you indicated where was it to be placed or where was it placed by him?
And his Ford,
Objection. How on earth would this witness know that? And if she does, then she knows it through hearsay.
Why don't you rephrase your question?
You indicated that you had driven this truck from Colorado here,
that is correct.
and did you bring this document with you?
That is correct.
And did you have it placed somewhere specific for the purpose that you stated?
I placed it myself in a glove box for my son.
Yeah, no. He was a grown-ass adult. That at one point was working for the court. So, yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous, honestly. And no, this has nothing to do with evidence. Go from 240 to 270 in a week of buffets. 2, are they going to get to the handwriting expert on this? Another trial with junk science. Not disagreeing with you, Nicholas. It's, I'm honestly disgusted with how some of this has been panning out. But thank you for the super chat. It's happening with Harper. How you doing? 7 years in the UK for a death notice without a body.
You came into
Really?
town on May 20th, is that accurate?
Yes,
And eventually was the crime scene of your son's residence released?
it was.
And when was that, if you recall?
Zoning out helps. Fair enough.
Yes, I do.
And what day do you recall it being, the scene being released to you?
The scene was released on May 27th, but I did not enter it until the 28th of May.
Yeah, 40-something-year-old man. Moms, how did you too? Just read this out so I can see my awkward spider, please.
And when
Okay.
you entered the residence that's a residence obviously you've been to before. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And did you do a general walkthrough of the residence when you entered it?
From your Ohio neighbor, hope all is
I
well.
did.
Aussie land, missed most of the afternoon. Will you
And
recap at the end of the day?
What
Yes, not that
specifically
there's
were
going to be
you
much to
looking
recap.
for in your walkthrough when you first went back into that residence?
Objection. I don't know how this is relevant either.
Judge, she makes some firsthand observations about.
Go ahead.
I did an audio video walkthrough of my son's apartment, and I noticed that the sofa leg was broken. I also noticed that the area rug that he had in his apartment right in front of his sofa was no longer there. Not to mention all the blood that I saw everywhere.
Now, Mrs. Patterson, you've been in the courtroom while other people have testified.
Oh, who was running the soundboard
Where
in
in
this
the
court?
living room was that rug that you indicated was no longer there?
It was supposed to be in front of his sofa.
Was it placed in the space that's been referred to as the void?
That is correct.
It's a leading judge.
Well, it is leading, although, again, the objection of leading is for questions.
Damn it, she's taking way too long. I gotta go take a leak. I'll be right back.
From a witness, and it would be my suspicion that that is less likely in this situation or in this evidentiary situation. So just as the last time, your objection is correct, but overruled.
At least I'm correct.
Pardon me?
At least I'm correct.
I'm going to show you a picture number 225. For the jury, could you point out where on this picture this rug would have been if it were appropriately placed? Judge, could she have the pointer?
Judge, sorry.
She's talking while she's at
Yeah,
the board,
she has
and
a microphone.
doesn't have a microphone, but she's outlined a rectangular area, generally a rectangular area. If you could.
Thank you. You also mentioned something about something being broken on the couch. What was broken on the couch that you noticed?
The leg of the sofa was broken.
Which leg of the sofa? Because it was kind of an L-shaped couch, if you know.
Yeah, more than likely.
Now, did it fall to you to?
No, this is
clean
not
out your
cross.
son's
This is still direct.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't think we're going to see anything
You
on
take it
cross,
upon
honestly.
yourself to clean out your son's apartment.
It was my job to do so. I didn't want anyone else to see what they had done to my son.
And
How does she know what they saw,
part of
what they had
that
done?
cleaning out the kitchen area.
Yes, it was.
And was that one of the first tasks you
Hang on.
tackled?
Got people complaining about the audio, so I'm going to listen to myself and see if I can.
I decided to start
Fix
in
it
the kitchen, yes.
And why did you decide to start in the kitchen?
Well, because some days had gone by and I didn't want the apartment to start having an additional odor to it.
And ultimately, did you make your way to the refrigerator freezer area of the kitchen?
Yes, reflect.
I did.
And what happened next when you were looking in those areas?
As I was removing some
Not that they've
frozen
said yet.
items from the freezer, I reached to the back of the freezer and I noticed my son's cell phone, money clip, credit cards, driver's license.
And did you touch those items?
I did.
And at that point, did you have a glove on your hand?
I did not.
I'm going to show you
I'm
what
going
is
back to listen.
on State's Exhibit 1, photograph number 298. If you could just tell the jury what they're looking at here.
That's right. We have totes, sports bras,
That is my
t-shirts,
son's
jumpers,
kitchen
whatever you like.
area.
And is on the left side there the freezer refrigerator you're talking about?
That is correct.
Right, I'm showing you picture number 299. Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, that's my son's freezer.
And if you wouldn't mind taking that pointer again, could you approach the screen and point out where you found what you found?
I think she needs a microphone.
Yeah, do we have a microphone for her?
Hello. I had just removed my glove because I had punctured it and I did not replace it. But I reached into my son's freezer and I was taking these out of the way when I noticed something here. And I reached back over here towards the very back of the freezer, towards the wall, the back wall unit. And his cell phone was there, along with his money clip. Credit cards were up here, but his phone, money clip was
All right, that's slightly better.
stuffed all the way towards the back of the freezer.
And looking at picture number 300, is that a close-up of something?
Yes, this is a better angle of where I found Pocho's phone. It was right here. It was laying flat, if I recall. And
Wait, what?
money
She
clip
found the phone?
was on top of it.
So
There
far, she
was
said she didn't want
also
other
his
people to
driver's
see what
license
happened to
and
her
some other
boy,
cards were up in this area.
and she found the phone and
I'm
cards.
showing you photograph.
Are we sure she didn't arrange for the body to
301.
disappear?
You know what that is?
That's his debit card from Chase.
And is that the joint account you shared?
That is.
And then what are the rest of these items?
Here's his money clip, his Visa cards.
Whose money clip was on the
Of
couch?
course, his Costco cards and his Home Depot and other belongings.
Now, were you familiar with, obviously, where your son banked?
I was,
And did it appear to you, knowing him, that any of those cards were missing?
no, I didn't think anything was missing. Everything, all his identifying cards and driver's license was all in the freezer.
You can grab a seat, Mrs. Patterson. You had previously testified that you and your son shared a bank account. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And were you able to pull, since you also are on the bank account, financial records for that account?
I was.
I'm just going to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 37.
More to the point, did she find this after the police had already been through? Like, I'm actually like slightly gobsmacked, honestly.
Tell me what that document is.
It's a statement from Chase Bank.
And is that something you requested from Chase Bank yourself?
I did, yes.
And in looking at
That's the
that
thing.
document,
You're either going to say nothing on
after
cross,
May 17th,
or you're going to destroy her and look like an
2020.
absolute bitch in front of the jury.
with your knowledge of that account, did your
But she
son
said
ever
some
make
things there
an
where I think
affirmative
you'd have to.
purchase from that account after May 17th of 2020?
I don't know.
His last purchase shows here was at Dick's on the 18th of May.
Is that when it
Sorry,
posted,
guys.
the 18th of May?
Yes.
And was the purchase actually on the 16th of May?
It says here that he made the purchase on the 16th, but it went through on the 18th, yes.
And ultimately, did you end up closing that account at some point?
Yes, I did.
And prior to closing that account, did your son ever make any purchases or withdrawals after May 17th of 2020?
He has not.
Son did owe her a lot of money. Apparently, definitely gives mum motive. I can't see. I would like to think that no parent is going to, slaughter their child, but that's also my opinion on the Murdoch case as well. So, Lauren Crime Chat thinks anyone accused of murder is guilty. She removed the clip and phone out of the freezer so she contaminated the crime scene. But here's the thing, I don't understand the time frame. Did she go into that apartment before the police did? That's what I want to know.
May 17th.
Or did she find these things in the freezer after the fact?
What kind of events has your son missed?
He has missed,
I'm going to object on the same grounds as we talked about earlier.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
About damn time.
Prior to May 17th of 2020, would your son have missed your birthday?
no, I would have gotten at least a call.
So I'm going to object this. She just backdoored the exact same thing you just sustained.
Kind of sounds that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Judge, this
No,
was
no, we're done.
No. You know exactly what you did. There you go. You saw that look on your face. You know exactly what you
I have
just
no
did
further
there.
questions.
Cross-examine.
All right, this is going to be interesting.
I don't know if we want to start this, Judge. This is going to be lengthy. You want
Okay, just going to call it for the day.
to for the night?
Oh, that annoys me. I might actually have to get up early and join Jeff for the
That part I know.
morning shift tomorrow because I want to hear how they do this.
Well, there are a lot of considerations. The jury is one.
I'm with you there, Jimmy.
I'm sure this is a difficult.
For anyone that doesn't know, that's a cricket reference. Steve Smith's a
Breaking into,
fantastic
I don't
batter.
know.
A few days later, okay.
I think when you say lengthy,
Oh, it won't be that lengthy. I think the record we need to make about certain things as it pertains to this witness would be would take up more time, but we don't need to do that with the witness on the stand. I could anticipate this getting done in 20, 25 minutes, depending on.
we're going to break for the day.
Right.
Okay, folks.
Okay, it was in the opening of the defense.
Please don't
Okay,
read, watch,
cheers.
or listen to any
Thanks,
comment
Nicholas.
trial. Discuss the case with anyone, even family members, other jurors. And any questions, anybody? Thank you and have a great day.
Okay.
Stay healthy, everybody.
Stay healthy, everybody. Good on him. So yeah, for me, that's kind of like, what the fuck? I'm not gonna lie. Strange. Meaty, Val, if you're in the chat, what the fuck's going on? So lawyers get to sit on their fat asses, but all the witnesses have to stand up during testimony? No, they shouldn't be standing during testimony. Should be a nice comfy chair in the dock. Why would a killer put the phone and wallet in the fridge? It's a damn good question. That to me sounds like someone that's disorientated because they smacked their head on something. Better say anything unless you can show activity on the account after he was missing. Mum's starting to sound sus. If he's alive, she knows it. That is kind of the inference that I'm getting. Like, she didn't break down nearly as much as I might have expected, but then again, you're not supposed to play anything into that, and yes, I know people grieve in different ways, obviously. So, okay, so they found it a week after the fact. Interesting. Cleaning his apartment. Why put the stuff in the freezer? Doesn't make sense, especially if they think that they burned the body and stuff. Why wouldn't the wallet be burned? That's a damn good point too, actually. Yeah, and look, I think those photos, I wasn't sure whether or not those photos were from the mother or if that was after the police came in after she called them. So, my theory, he was in debt to someone and was threatened. He hid everything just in case, got beat up, hence the blood, and fled. Then he's sitting on a beach, earning 20%. There you go, I did it twice. Why does the killer put those things in the freezer? Seems most likely that he put them in the freezer himself. Yes. Guess it opens the question whether or not the police checked the freezer and how they could have missed that. To be fair, I wouldn't necessarily think straight away you're going to open the freezer and have a look. But, you know, you never know. Just saying hi, enjoy the content. Fantastic, very happy for that. Is he falling asleep? Could have been. Alrighty. After he sent the text on the 20th, yet she told him he was missing on the 19th. Is that when she went to the freezer between those two lies? So destroy the bitch. Got it. Yeah, basically. I mean, she has said some stuff there that was sus, honestly. Like, there's enough there that I don't think you could just rest on not doing any cross there. You're going to have to look at those questions, and you're going to have to hammer on them. You're not going to look good doing it. So I do think that the female defense attorney has to be the one to do it. I kind of feel like the bloke would have been the better choice to hammer home on those, because you got two things, okay? Given that you know that it's going to go badly, you can either deflect off the main defense attorney and have someone else ask the questions and be the one to batter her about it, as bad as that sounds, and then they're the one that's hated. But then you've still got the main defense attorney there being the one doing the work, the majority of the work. It's why you have first, second, third chair. Okay, so you can sort of play with strategy and that sort of thing. Whole situation is getting odder and odder. Yes. So what was the issue that was backdoored? She tried to get some hearsay in, which I was not pleased with, honestly. I didn't think it was appropriate in the slightest. Hang on, I'm just going to stop that. Oh, crap. Now you get to look at my big face. Okay. Why didn't you keep the bank account open? Exactly. This is going to be lengthy. Mum will get your lube ready for tomorrow. Probably cleared and released the scene, so Mum started to clean it up and she found it. Yeah, I'd say that's probably long cross. Well, he said long cross. She said that it wouldn't be quite that long. It'll be interesting. To prevent overspending, you can freeze your credit card and ICE to make it harder for you to access and use. Just buy one of those like timed safes, okay? All right. Looks like we're just about ready. So what I'm going to do, guys, is that Mighty Meat, who's a good friend of the channel, is doing a show on the Antifa stuff in Atlanta. So I'm going to send everybody across there. I may join for a little bit, but I do have some things to do. Otherwise, guys, I'll more than likely at this point be waking up really early and joining Jeff for the morning schedule, because I think it's going to be interesting seeing exactly what happens with this. So, all right. That is all set up to shunt across. I think we got, I'll just double check if there's any other questions or interesting comments here that you want me to look at. Don't think Mum was involved, but they're using her grief to pin it on anyone, and she just wants to see anyone burn, no matter who. Yeah, well, if he's as much as a mummy's boy as she reckons. How long did they close the account? What if someone's still alive and in trouble somewhere? Maybe he needs the money. That's a good point. Hope all see this. All be healthy, because I had a doc appointment today. About 90% of the other patients had COVID. Be safe and healthy, y'all. Oh, well, that's in no way medical misinformation, YouTube. Fuck right off. Hiding it in the freezer sounds like there's a plan to come back. Quite possibly. 2 reasons. Even if the killer left it as a red herring, or Gutierrez put it there to hide it for nefarious reasons. Quite possibly. Why didn't the cops check the bank records? They easily could have, and that's what's really annoying about this, is they easily could have. All right. Just quickly run through these because I'm pretty sure we've got most of these. Was it not me? Got that. Fix all the memberships. Fantastic. Thank you for that, Mad Cow Mark. Got to clean the fire pit before I get charged with a crime. Why are they asking this man questions only an expert should answer? He did his job, but it's not a forensic expert. This is true. That was the very generous one from Jacobs Brad Marjorie. Thank you very much for that. We'll talk soon. I still want to get some of his music so that I can use that on the show. Okay. 100% prejudicial. The defense can't cross it without looking like an asshole. Shame on Schroeder for allowing this. Abso-friggin-lutely. And Nicholas said, go from 240 to 270 in a week of buffets. Are they going to get a handwriting expert on this? I should bloody well hope so. Anyway, guys. Thank you so much to everyone that's been here. Thank you to everybody that's hit the subscribe button. It looks like I may actually hit the 10,000 mark by the end of this trial, which would be an amazing achievement. Yeah, the bank records could still be pulled. I would expect them to. So, all right. As always, guys, I'm going to remind you. Hang on. Why do I still have that up? Hang on. As always, guys, remember, stay healthy, wealthy, and wise. And you are not a piece of shit. You do have value, even if all you do is hit the like button. You contribute to society. Cheers, guys. And play the outro music.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit,
See you
I'm
over at
out.
Marty's.
No thanks, don't mind me. I'ma just grab myself and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just